Alrighty then. Hello everyone, my name is Kane and welcome back to more Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. Last time, did some more daily life stuff before having the next murder case occur, being the death of Hifumi and Ishimaru. And now we gotta figure out who killed them. Before we get into it, let's first off, I remember I have some new skills, right? I have the breathing technique. The focus gauge recovers more quickly, effective during the non-stop debate, the hangman's gambit, and the bullet time battle. That sounds really good. And handiwork allows you to reload 2 bullets at once, effective during bullet time battle. Okay, might as well take it. There's no reason for me to not take it. And then let's go over the case in full before we begin. I still have my own theory, but let's again look at all the evidence before we could go any further. First off, we have the Monokuma file itself. The victims are Hifumi Yamada and Kiyotaka Ishimaru. The cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought that they were both killed with a similar weapon. Next, we have the blue tarp. The tarp was found in the repository under Kiyotaka's lifeless body. It was apparently used to move Kiyotaka in order to avoid leaving any bloodstains. The repository dolly. The dolly was found when the body was rediscovered in the repository. The specific dolly has no handles, and blood was found on one of its wheels. It is assumed that this is the same dolly that was used in the equipment room where Kiyotaka's body was originally discovered. Hifumi's glasses. When they were first found in the nurse's office, Hifumi's glasses were covered in blood. However, when they were next seen in the repository, they were completely clean. The spotless hammer. Hammers of all shapes and sizes were found in the repository. One of them was found wet, and apparently it had been washed recently. The repository door. The door connecting the art room to the repository was designed to open from the repository side, only from the repository side. According to Aoi, it was locked during the search for the missing body. However, when the body was rediscovered, it had somehow been unlocked. The equipment room bloodstain. A puddle of blood was found in the equipment room where Kiyotaka's body was initially found. A tire track had been left behind in the blood. A glass cleaning cloth. The cloth was found in the trash can in the nurse's office as brand with a popular cartoon character and was found with blood on it. One has to wonder if someone used it to wipe away some blood. Celeste's account. Hifumi's body disappeared when Celeste and Aoi left the nurse's office to use the bathroom. Apparently they weren't gone for more than a minute or two. Yasuhiro's message. This is the note that Yasuhiro wrote to get everyone to meet in the dining hall. Meet in the dining hall is all it says. The handwriting is remarkably neat and clear. Robo Justice blueprints. These are the blueprints for Robo Justice, which were found in Yasuhiro's room. Robo Justice costume. No one but Yasuhiro could have fit in the costume. Additionally, anyone wearing it would not be able to see their feet or bend at the waist more than 9 degrees. Yasuhiro's account. Apparently, Yasuhiro received a note saying, "I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so won't let anyone else know, and let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. The broken wristwatch. Kiyotaka's wristwatch broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock. It was confirmed that as of late last night, the watch still worked, which means it must have been broken the following morning. Kiyotaka scrapped paper in his hand. The letter that Hifumi had being the same as Hakure's, but with 6 a.m. instead of 1. And of course, the e-handbook. Now, so we gotta figure out who the murderer is. Now, I think, as to who I think the killer is, obviously a lot of the evidence does point to Yasuhiro. However, I don't think it's him. I think it's Celeste. There's a bunch of... Something that kept running through my head during this whole thing was risk. Like, this whole murder is insanely risky if you think about it. Because it's like, you're killing 2 people. You're killing for money. Like $10 million is the motive this time. Okay. And who would like risk more than an ultimate gambler? Or who would love that thrill more than the ultimate gambler? But that's not even my main reason for doubting Celeste. My main reason is the announcement. The body discovery announcement. In case you didn't see it, basically what happened is, if you don't remember, whenever 3 people discover a body, then Monokuma will appear on the announcement, will appear with an announcement saying like, hey, a body's been discovered. However, of course, since there were 2 victims, 2 announcements should have played at the same time. Basically, there should have been the announcement that played when Ishimaru was discovered by Byakuya, Sakura, and Toko. And an additional announcement should have been made at the same time for Hifumi, when Makoto, Celeste, and Aoi found Hifumi's body. However, the problem is that they didn't happen at the same time. The second body discovery announcement only occurred when both bodies were later found after they were moved. Meaning, which the only way that makes sense in my mind is that if the person who killed the the killer doesn't count as a witness, meaning basically they don't count as one of three. That's the only way it makes sense for how both announcements wouldn't happen at the same time. In which case, that would have to mean the killer would be one of the people who discovered the bodies at the same time. And obviously it can't be Makoto, or the main character. So obviously it's not. But that leaves Byakuya, Sakura, Toko, Aoi, and Celeste as the only other options. And I think it's Celeste. It's the only one, whenever I keep thinking about this case, my mind always keeps going back to how risky this whole thing goes, and how there's money involved, and again, I think it's Celeste. I might be completely off my mark, but there's only one way to find out. Shall we begin the trial? Class trial. All rise.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine if you can figure out.
Yes, the same as always.
Now then.
We already know who did it.
No, we don't.
Was that?
It was Hiro. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit.
No, this would be just too obvious.
Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
I didn't. Someone knocked me out. I was asleep the whole time. I don't know anything about it.
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
That's a pot calling the kettle black.
Who are you calling a murderer?
Yeah, exactly.
I am sorry to say, Hiro, but we do have evidence.
No.
Blueprint for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it, and all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know. I don't know.
Is Hiro really the killer? Or, before anything else, we have to make that clear. There's no way that if Hiro's the killer. Make your argument. Yasuhiro's message. Yasuhiro's message. Handwriting is remarkably neat and clear. Me in the dining hall. Okay.
The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff. It's not true. It's a conspiracy.
Hiro, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second.
Okay. I mean, looking at the blueprints, that handwriting is awfully messy. If I remember right, Hiro's handwriting is neat. Right.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts.
But the writings don't match up. Hiro's got some pretty nice handwriting, and yet, look at that blueprint. That doesn't add up.
Are we sure Hiro really made those blueprints?
It wasn't him.
What do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hiro wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Exactly.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on! I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hiro's the culprit?
I don't think he is.
And he's not the only one. I think Hiro is innocent as well.
Hey, for once, I'm actually working with Byakuya, properly, I think.
What?
For once.
Who was in that Robo-Justice suit?
That is a fantastic question.
Is it like Hiro said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
Now, that's the problem. Could there have been a second suit?
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit.
We know for a fact that Hiro was in a was in a Robo-Justice suit. There's no denying that. He was found in the locker with it on. That much is obvious. Yes. That being said, was there a second suit?
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
Yeah, of course he passed it off to me.
So, who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
I have to think here. So obvious. It had to be Hero. Obviously,
Other than Hero, I can't think of anyone else it could have been.
there's no doubting he was in the outfit. That much is an undeniable fact. But just because he was in the outfit doesn't mean that he's the killer.
Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit. And we never found any kind of second suit.
Yeah.
Then there can be no doubt. Hero is the prime suspect.
Yeah, at the same time, that doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hero didn't do it.
And that's the problem. It's a perfect contradiction in a way.
It makes perfect sense. Hero was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
Exactly.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
What?
Now that's a bold assumption.
I agree. I want to hear
And
more.
what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
Of course. But before we get to that,
Oh,
there's something else we need to clarify first. So let's get that out of the way.
before we continue, can I just do something real quick? Sorry.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around.
All things have a proper order.
So what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body.
Okay, fair enough. Obviously, it has to be. Obviously, looking at everything, it has to be the repository dolly. Though, because it was in the equipment room where Kiyotaka's bought it was where Taka's body really originally was. But then it was also found in the repository. Now, there is, of course, the problem of how did the killer not get... That's the main... I feel like that's the problem with this case. The main problem that's making this case hard to solve is how did the bodies get moved? Because, by all accounts, it's specifically, especially for Hifumi. For Hifumi, it should have been flat out impossible for his body to move from the... It should have been impossible for Hifumi's body to be moved from the first floor nurse's office to the third floor repository without anybody noticing a thing. By all accounts, that should be impossible. And yet it happened. So, what's the trick that allowed Hifumi's corpse to be moved all that way without being noticed? That's what's gotta be figured out. And in such a short amount of time, too.
It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items.
Taka's body, I feel, is also still strange how it was moved without anyone noticing, but I feel like it's more like believable that within the chaos, because Taka's body was on the third floor, it's more believable that Taka's body could just be quickly carted from the from the equipment room to the repository. That one's more believable than the first floor corpse going to the third floor. So I don't think Taka's body is as big of a problem as Hifumi.
Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
The things that were used to move Taka's body, they must have been the repository dolly.
I got it!
Yeah. There's still one more thing. Blue tarp.
I got it!
The blue...
They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
Yeah. Because there was also the blood on the tarp. Or also the fact that we found a tarp in the repository later. What was the attitude?
Let's see if I can explain.
Yeah.
Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room. And then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right?
Correct.
It was the same tarp that up until then was stored in the equipment room. So the killer must have seen it there and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body. That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Same thing.
It was there.
I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there. But
now
when
it's
the
not.
body disappeared, so did the dolly. Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the dolly.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body. Am I right?
Correct.
But are you sure you are not mistaken?
What do you mean?
Huh?
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body?
Yes. The only reason I can confirm that for a fact is because of the blood. If you look at the blood in the equipment room, it shows sign of tracks. Those tracks would line up perfectly with the dolly. Not to mention the fact that the dolly has blood on the bottom.
That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room. Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
That's a good point. Why was it in the equipment room in the first place?
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
There is no shame in being wrong, and nobody expects much from you anyway.
All right, listen here, asshole.
We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
Wow, I've never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean. But maybe I can change your mind. If I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. New element has been added. Let's hear it. Let's talk about reloading. Starting with this next bullet time battle, we're going to add one more ingredient to the recipe. On the bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo marker, you'll see your ammo count. Up until now, there hasn't really been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements. But from now on, just looking on and pressing the Y button won't be enough to handle them. Now it will cost you 1 bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing the X button. Just like locking on, you'll have to press the X button in time with the tempo marker. Basically, just remember that the X button now has a function along with the A and Y button. You will automatically reload at the start fever time and your ammo will not decrease. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to general, you won't have to reload at all. In which case, you can ignore everything I just said. Well then, good luck and have fun. We're doing a bullet time this fast? Really? The moment of truth. Really? Alright, let's do it then.
You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic.
Got it.
I
Blood
cannot
stain.
agree.
This should prove it. If you're asking for proof that the dolly moved, I have it right here. When I found the dolly in the repository, one of the wheels had a blood stain on it. There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood on accident as they wheeled the body out of the room.
Exactly.
And as the blood dried on the tire, they moved the body into the repository. So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Jesus, does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway, that was just something we had to get out of the way. Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then what kind of robot is it?
I'm not sure that really matters.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
Oh, wait. Oh. Wait, he's right. Hang on. I think I see what he's getting at. Robo Justice's body can't really move all that well. Oh. Because, like, the arms alone are like, you know, it's a very clunky suit. Because of that, it really, like, it would be almost impossible to move the body like that. But look at how the body was moved. It'll be clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it, because they can't bend at the waist. Right? Make your argument. Robo Justice costume. No one but Yasuhiro could have possibly fit into the costume. In addition, anyone wearing it would not be able to see their feet or bend at the waist more than 90 degrees. Jeez. Yeah.
And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Whoa, never mind. Oh, I'm stupid.
As we know, Taka was and from there.
Yeah, then loaded it onto the dolly.
Now,
Keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
You can't do that. The costume doesn't allow you to bend. AKA, it's impossible for the person in the costume to be the
You're
murderer.
absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low.
But you can't bend.
But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together. Remember?
Can't really move in that thing. Pretty clunky.
Why is it bad in here? Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me!
Not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist.
Exactly.
Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
As a result, if the killer was the robot, then the bodies would not have been able to be moved. Because you can't move in that suit that well.
it seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
Wouldn't there be large blood stains
When
then?
you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit,
You also gotta take into account the fact that it happened so quickly. With how clunky that suit is, it'd be impossible with how quickly it was done.
it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Well, all in all, it's impossible.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
Take too much time. Oh, right. There's another thing, the clasps. I remember. There was clasps on it. Kyoko mentioned how it would basically be impossible to take the suit off on your own. There's no chance the costume is taken off because you can't take it off by yourself. Kyoko mentioned
I don't
that.
think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember,
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help?
Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself?
Make the stupid friggin' thing!
There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. You don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Exactly.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hero wasn't just making it up?
He wasn't.
Of course I wasn't making it up.
Chapter 1, I believe this is chapter 3. Okay, murder trial part. Also, welcome to the stream.
if he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. Showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect him.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right!
So, it's really, really true that Robo Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
But that still raises the question of why is there a photo of Robo Justice, like, holding onto Hifumi?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hiro in the robot suit, correct?
Yeah.
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took?
That's the biggest problem. That picture obviously has Hifumi being held by Robo Justice.
You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo Justice?
I'm trying to see if there's anything, like, out of the ordinary in this photo. Like, is there anything that, like, it says anything at all? RJ menu. Who died? And we're currently trying to figure out who murdered both Hifumi and Ishimaru.
If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that?
Yeah, it was Hifumi and Ishimaru.
Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
In Hallmore board, yeah. Hang on, sorry. Second. How'd you get hurt?
That guy hit me.
What guy?
Robo Justice. That's why I decided to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question.
You really want to get this trial over with, don't you, Celeste?
The individual inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be right.
No.
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it before we rush to a verdict. Shouldn't we explore every single possibility?
Our lives are on the line right now. Especially of Celeste right now. Yeah, I am too. Oh. I do think it's Celeste. Not just with the way she's acting, but again, there's way too many oddities.
Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Yeah.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
Okay.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Exactly.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
I also want to know what happened to Kyoko, because she suddenly just vanished halfway through the investigation.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this morning.
My house guys for the blackness, Celeste. I agree, personally. Again, I feel like my mark could be wrong, but it feels, again, as I mentioned at the Star Stream, the big thing I keep going back to with this case is how risky it all seems, and who would love risk more than an ultimate gambler?
4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone. That was around 8 a.m.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Yeah, and we didn't find her until we found Yasuhiro at the pool.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
Okay.
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume.
question is who's inside the outfit. Obviously Yasuhiro was in the outfit, but is there a possibility of anyone else have being in the outfit?
As it turns out, it was Robo Justice.
Huh.
It also soon became clear that this same Robo Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library.
Because I can't imagine that unless Yasuhiro is being like blackmailed or something. There's no reason for him to be doing like for why like if he assuming he can't be the one in the Robo Justice outfit. Because I can't see any reason why he would like abduct and attack Hifumi if it was part like I don't know, maybe he's working for Celeste, like unless he's being like blackmailed or something. And also Sage was taken. Thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy streams.
He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect.
And of course there's a problem of how was he killed so quickly?
But not long after leaving the nurse's office.
What's wrong?
I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Celeste, what's wrong?
That was a rather intense scream for someone like you.
I saw him. The strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
And there's also the question of where the costume even... The way things are moving...
then...
That's the problem. The way things are moving doesn't make sense in the case. There's gotta be some sort of secret between moving floors. That's the only thing I can think of. Because otherwise, there'd be no way to use the stairs. At the very least, it feels like any time the stairs were... It feels like the stairs were almost always being used. So there has to be some kind of secret to moving things between floors, maybe. There's this... Huh?
What was that? Came from downstairs. It must have been...
Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back. And there's that problem. I still think Celeste's the culprit, but at the same time... What does this mean? The fact that... Hifumi was killed in the nurse's office.
At that point, we decided to divide up into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi.
And this is what...
Dead.
And this is what leads to the biggest issue I'm having right now, which is the body discovery announcement. Yeah, never again, there's always a pervert. Huh. Yeah, well... I don't really know what to think about that. Just have to deal with it, I guess.
And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement.
The problem I'm having with this case is the fact that 2 body discovery announcements did occur, but they didn't occur at the same time. One only occurred when...
I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room.
And the fact that 2 body discovery announcements didn't happen at the same time means that 3 people, because 3 people... Monokuma's rule was 3 people discovering a body for the first time would activate the body discovery announcement. But if that's the case, then that means one of the 2 groups had the killer with them at the time.
We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the three of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us. And she told us something very surprising.
Hifumi's body's disappeared.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
And then when we got back there, Taka's body was gone.
This can't be happening.
Are we hallucinating all this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies.
Huh, and then they were both found in the repository.
And after some time,
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository, which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
And that's when the second body discovery announcement happened.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated.
It does.
It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation. And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them.
Consider them separate situations.
Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
Okay. The contradictions hidden what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them no matter what. Alright, here we go. Make your argument. The Monokuma file number 3.
So,
Hifumi Yamada and Kiyotaka Ishimaru. The cause of death for each was a blow to the head. It is thought that they were both killed with a similar weapon. Regarding Taka's
I wonder
death...
if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
what makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3,
Okay.
while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
The Justice Hammers were numbered, but were they really used in that order? Hang on.
So,
I wonder if, or perhaps it was after?
we already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Nope. Oh, I'm foolish.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died.
Hang on. Remind me...
Or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice.
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah. Hang on. That don't make
Hold on.
sense.
There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same order as their numbers.
That could just be what's wanted to be seen.
If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi?
You know what? That actually kind of makes sense, considering the fact that Hifumi still was like... It seemed like Hifumi, was like... There was that moment where, like, he was able to say Yasuhiro's name.
Okay then, let's see the proof.
Evidence that proves Taka was killed before Hifumi. Before Hifumi? Before. There's something that relates to what time he must have died. Oh, wait, hang on. Ah, right. I see. Hangman's Gambit. All right, here we go. Oh, Lord, that's a lot. I see. Yep. Wrist. Oh. Wristwatch.
Now I understand. I've got it. Taka's wristwatch. See? Look. It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer. Because as of last night,
It was still working.
Hey! You! How long were you keeping us waiting?
Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch.
It's almost 10 o'clock. You know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
so if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
Yeah.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
Yeah.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size.
Simple misdirection.
That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window. Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder.
But what about Hifumi's?
But all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been...
Hifumi. He's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
When we heard Hifumi screaming, we were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
So how?
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Could he not have actually been dead somehow?
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I admittedly thought the same thing, but I don't know.
If that's true, where's the tape?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream. Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct?
The only thing I can think of that might make sense is Hifumi wasn't actually dead at that time. Actually, hang on, that actually might help me piece things together. I've been having the problem with the body discovery announcements. But let's try and look at it this way. So let's assume that the first body discovery announcement was for Taka's death, meaning that the announcement only occurred because Toko, Byakuya, and Sakura had found Taka's body in the equipment room. In that case, that actually might mean that Hifumi was never dead. At the very least, he wasn't dead at the time that it happened. That we think it happened. If the body was discovered later, because if Taka was the first body discovery announcement, then that means the one that happened when both bodies were discovered at the same time that would have to have been Hifumi's, which means that the first one that we heard that was assumed to be Hifumi's, meaning that he was alive then. He was just acting dead. Could he have, like, somehow just gotten himself over to the repository in that time?
And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office because of Hifumi going missing.
Okay.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Well, you were passed out. That's not exactly the best witness testimony. I'm gonna be real with you. Genocide.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did
No.
it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then.
We are not doing this again. We are not accusing the serial killer. I understand how weird it is that the serial killer is the most innocent person here, but the fact remains.
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body.
Exactly. We're not doing this.
Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway.
Exactly.
In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
No.
So what now, Kyoko?
For now, we can't get fixated on who did it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how.
Yeah.
In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
That's true. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though.
So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time.
It seems so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third in that short amount of time?
Oh man, yeah! There's no way! It'd be impossible!
Exactly.
Well, what if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
Am I right? Was Hifumi still alive at that point?
What? How?
It's the only thing that makes sense regarding the announcements.
If the dead body were to move itself.
I was right. I think I was on the right track. Hifumi was still alive at that time that we thought he was dead.
The dead body moved on its own?
No! Not another... ghost!
Thank you, Howard Curry.
I don't think it has anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is...
He was still alive.
We thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
The question is, why would he act dead?
He was alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
It's the only thing that might make sense.
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
And yet, did anyone do any, like, checking for pulse or anything? I don't remember anyone checking for a pulse or anything regarding, his body. The idea that Hifumi was still alive. Is it really possible? You know what? There is something that actually gets answered in that case. If Hifumi was still alive, then that explains why his glasses would have been cleaned. Because he would have to... He couldn't see through blood. He would have to clean his glasses. Make your argument. Is it going to be the glasses? No, it's the broken wristwatch.
Are you...
Hang on, let me take a look at it. Yutaga's wristwatch broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock. It was confirmed that as of late last night, the watch still worked, which means it must have been broken following the morning when he was attacked. Okay.
There's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible.
I don't think so.
Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
You
And
seem...
you know that how?
Yeah, I agree.
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest
There we
of
go.
us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Sure, the body discovery announcement was only made once. Hifumi and Taki's bodies were discovered at almost the exact same time.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
Got it.
No, that's wrong.
That was not his announcement. That was Taka's. And that cast suspicion on
Was the body
on
discovery
three.
announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
It wasn't.
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after finding his body that we heard the announcement.
And then, remember, a second body announcement played only after both bodies were at the same spot.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of all, if two bodies had been found, there really should have been two announcements.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
No, he didn't.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
I know what he did.
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
The only loophole that can make sense of all this is if one of the three is if it doesn't count the person who actually killed.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No,
No, actually, that was plenty.
it was plenty. And that further confirms my suspicion of Celeste. Because that would only mean it was either Aoi or Celeste. That's because that means that the body discovery for Hifumi was... Yeah, it has to be Celeste.
He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Because one of the three discoverers was not actually discovering anything new.
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
The second body discovery announcement. The first time it played out was when we found each body in the nurse's office and the equipment room. And the second time was when both bodies were rediscovered.
We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the two bodies.
A body has been discovered! After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
And in reality, when the two dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
Hifumi's.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet.
Meaning the time that he died was during the time when everyone was like looking for the bodies, right?
Meaning he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
His glasses.
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead!
No.
Bada bing, bada boom!
That is the worst logic I have ever heard.
For once, I agree with you.
But honestly, I do not think there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
And our agreements end.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body. Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
You think so? There has to be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. Make your argument. Hifumi's glasses, this is what I was looking for.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
Yes.
But when you compare his body before being moved,
Yes,
and his
say it.
body
I know what you're gonna
after
say.
being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned,
Need to wait a little while. I'm foolish.
Well, here's one thing. The first time we found him, and then his body
And the next time it was in.
But when you compare his body before, other than the
change in how it, there was no notable difference.
Yes, there was.
No, it's wrong.
There's a big difference. The
In
glasses.
fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses.
There would be no reason for the killer to wipe off his glasses. But there'd be a good reason for Hifumi himself to wipe off his glasses because he couldn't see with blood in the way.
That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can.
Was the glasses cleaning cloth.
I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot.
Tell me, that only belongs to one person and one person only, and who would have that? It's
One
me.
look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear.
Unless you want to try and argue that Byakuya needed it to clean his glasses, in which case, feel free to just get murdered for insulting him like that.
This piece of cloth was used to wipe Hifumi's glasses clean. And the mascot on the cloth is the same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
That's not really important, but yes.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
Unless you want to... You be my guest in saying that Byakuya owns that. Be my guest. Don't be surprised if you're the next corpse, though.
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
My point exactly.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
I feel like you would wipe your glasses clean with a dead body's hand. Anyways, my point still stands.
Then there's no question. It belonged to Hifumi.
So what you're saying is... What exactly?
He was alive.
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
The only reason to clean his glasses would just be because he himself needed them clean so he could see. Why would the killer intentionally just clean his glasses? That doesn't make sense.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
You are awfully defensive. More and more, I feel more justified in my assumption that you're the killer.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
Exactly.
That's a good point.
And it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see.
So the question is, that means, where did he go from there? Did he actually go to the repository? Wait. Huh, actually, I said that on as an assumption, but now that I think about it, that might actually give him an explanation as to why he was killed. Maybe he was just killed because he knew too much at that point. Or rather, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. What if he just so happened to go to the repository, but the killer also ended up going to the repository at the same time in order to relocate Taka's body? As a result, Hifumi would know exactly who the killer would be then. So the only way to get out of that situation scot-free would be to also kill Hifumi and silence him. Could he have actually been killed because he simply knew at that point just like who the actual killer was? And it was just an accident that he discovered when the body was being moved?
Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet. And with that, the impossible task of moving his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
But then, if he was just pretending to be dead,
Why was he pretending?
what was with all that blood? Was it paint or something?
That's the other thing. There was a lot of blood.
The fridge in the nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies.
Ah.
He probably used one of those.
You're right. I didn't even think of that. I actually remember checking the fridge in the nurse's office and it mentioned there was blood packs in there. Yeah, he could have just splashed a thing of blood on his head and made it look like he was dead. So long as no one actually went up and examined his corpse, which thankfully for him, none of that happened, then everyone would just assume he was dead. That being said, it was also risky for him, considering the fact that all it would take was someone going up to his body and pressing their, like, fingers up against his neck or whatever to find a pulse.
He figured if he was gonna play dead, he should go all out, so he just dumped it everywhere. But he got crazy with it and had to wipe his glasses off when he was done. God, what an idiot.
The question is, why did he do that? What did he gain from trying to pretend to be dead? Was he trying to, like, maybe save himself? Like, maybe if he pretended to be dead, then he could at least escape the confusion and keep himself alive until everything calmed down? Or was he trying to go for something? The only thing that he could have been going for that I can think of is still looking for alter ego, because that's what also was going on before all this happened. We were looking for alter ego. Could he have maybe been trying to do something drastic in order to find alter ego?
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
The one who moved Taka's body was it actually?
I got it!
It was Hifumi.
It could only have been Hifumi.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If Hifumi moved the body, and he knew... Wait! Maybe I've been wrong this whole time. Maybe I've overlooked something. I couldn't understand the idea of there being 2 killers because, I don't know, there was just... Something didn't feel right, but at the same time, I couldn't deny that there would be possibility of 2 killers. It's just I didn't see any evidence leading to who could be a second killer. But what if there were 2 killers? And what if one of the killers is also a victim? Fumi was having his, his bout with Taka over alter ego. Is it possible that Hifumi could have killed Taka? And then...
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
Yeah. But it doesn't explain how he died.
The door was locked?
Yeah.
Well, after the bodies disappeared, we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository. But when we got there, the door was locked.
And the repository door can only be locked from the inside. Which means when Hina and Sakura got to the repository, someone was already inside.
But again, but then the new issue appears of Fumi's body was inside the repository room. But how? There had to have been a third person in there.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository.
It seems like Hifumi might actually have murdered Taka. But then somebody murdered Hifumi.
So, Hifumi wasn't just another victim in this case. He was one of the assailants.
Yeah.
But that means he took part in the murders.
Yeah, he took In that case, yeah, he probably did for alter ego.
I just can't believe it.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to show you one more piece of evidence?
I would like to see it.
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
You're right. The note. The note. He took the note.
I got it! You're talking about the note Hifumi had hidden away, aren't you?
Yeah, there was Taka had a piece of it, but Hifumi had the rest of the... Or no, Hifumi had a piece of it.
Hidden note?
That's right. We found it stuffed in his pants.
What? In his pants?
Okay, disregard.
Yes.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
I found a hole maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the equipment room at 6 a.m.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go.
This is a different one. It's a different time.
Huh? Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said...
Yours said 1 a.m. This one said 6.
Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
Nope.
In other words, the killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro, and that person could only have been...
Hifumi's pants? No.
I got it!
Taka.
That's right! Taka!
Do you think Taka and Hifumi were trying to kill each other?
The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection!
What do you got, Jill?
I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right?
Yes? Hifumi's pants is the best character. There was a part of me that was tempted to press it, but it's like, I don't want to risk having too little health. Now, if I could save midway through these, then I would absolutely have chosen it, but I can't. At least last I checked, I couldn't, so... A shame, but I'm not taking the risk.
So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Happy!
Just to be clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is Hifumi, right?
Ugh, yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Should be able to save in the trial? I thought I... Oh, you're right. Huh. I thought last time I checked I couldn't do it. Maybe I was just in a weird spot where the game was like not allowing it or something. Huh, you're right. Weird. I thought last time I checked it wouldn't let me. That's the only reason I thought so. Oh well. Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary. But still, I think it doesn't work during minigames. That might have been what it was then. I can't let her get to me. Are we doing a bullet time or something? Or no, we're doing make your argument. Broken wristwatch, Hifumi's glasses, and the glasses cleaning cloth. Okay, let me take a look.
You had the note, right?
Yes.
Then the person it was intended for must have been Happy!
But remember what the note said.
Hang on. The note said... The note says 6 a.m. And the wristwatch also says 6.
What time did it say to meet?
6.
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter!
Does it?
The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
No, it does.
No, that's wrong.
That note was specifically for Taka.
No, there absolutely is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered.
It matches perfectly with the time that his wristwatch stopped working.
We've already proven that using his wristwatch. But there's more. Look where the note says to meet. The
Wait.
equipment room, right?
Yeah. Specific. I did not even think of that, to be honest with you. I got lucky.
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note.
It's exactly as it should be.
I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that...
No further objections!
Well, at least you accept it. I'm pleased you accept? Question mark? It's still... it's going to be endlessly funny to me. You know what? It's going to be endlessly funny to me if she ends up being, like, completely innocent throughout the entire game. That would be the funniest to me, to have the serial killer be the most innocent person here.
Then someone used that note to trick Taka. Just the same as me.
Yeah.
The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster. Telling people they found a way out.
The thing that just doesn't make sense the most is the picture that Celeste has. Why is Robo-Justice, like, hanging on to Fumi in that picture? That's gonna be the thing to figure out, though. I still think it's Celeste. Celeste has to be the killer. She's the one that I feel would... I don't know, most of this feels like it points to her. But unless I can break that photo, there's no way I can accuse her.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it?
Stuffed down his pants, no less!
He probably just stole it during his
Most
fight.
likely. Hifumi stole it off Taka's corpse after he died.
Yeah.
He stole it?
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
Actually, there is proof. Did you forget?
I got
There's
it!
a scrap of paper.
When I searched Taka's body, I saw that his lifeless hand was gripping a small scrap of paper. If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is...
Let's try connecting.
I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Bingo.
Then Taka's scrap and Hifumi's note.
So this definitely proves that they met up and probably fought for it.
Yup. They're from the same piece of paper.
It seems likely that Hifumi killed Taka and then took this note from him.
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There is only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from his death grip.
He could only get like most of it, but left a little behind.
Leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
Seems so.
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Wait, that actually might be what I need. Hang on. That might be what I need in order to actually properly accuse Celeste. What if it might be possible that Hifumi was working with Celeste? Hifumi did do a lot of things for Celeste at the very least. Like, he was very easy to control for Celeste, it seemed. I wouldn't be surprised if he just did it because he wanted to. I wonder if that note was if the picture that Celeste has was simply made by having Hifumi just pretend like he's being grabbed by the suit.
Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive!
Okay, we're not going that far. Hagakure, tone it down a second.
Sorry, no.
Yeah, no. Hagakure, you see his... You can see to my right his sign that shows his face crossed out. He is definitely dead.
When we found him in the repository, Hifumi was truly and completely dead.
Well, to be honest, that's also not completely true, because he did come back to life for like a few seconds to... Wait! Actually, he came back alive for like a few seconds to name Yasuhiro. To name Hagakure. View capture seems to freeze sometimes. I have no idea why that would be the case. I'm sorry about that. I don't know how I can actually fix that. Sorry, I really don't know how to fix that. Maybe I can see if something in settings. Yeah, unfortunately, we're just gonna have to kind of keep it for today. Sorry about that. I'll see if I can try and figure out some later. Or I try and fix it for next stream or whatever. Hopefully it's not too bad.
The second body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind, the true killer.
Yeah.
He was killed in the repository. So he must have been killed not long after transporting Taka's body.
So he must have been killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
During that time, we'd all split up and were searching for Taka's missing body. In other words, during that time, none of us have alibis.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together.
Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus!
Walrus?
Who are you calling a walrus?
You keep finding different insults to call, owie. Okay.
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what might that be?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The hammer.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right? So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Hifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of a brain knocking around that skull of yours after all.
Thank you, Byakuya.
Hell yeah, it's packed in there good and tight.
Don't validate him.
He's right, though. I don't understand it either. The Monokuma file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
So which hammer was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then,
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
I didn't think of that, but you think a different weapon was used.
I don't think it is possible. They were both killed with the same kind of thing, right?
Wait,
So
hang on.
then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
The weapon that was actually used to kill Hifumi. The whole picture surrounding this case won't become clear until we figure that out. Somehow, I have to find the truth. I think I know what it might be linked to. It's gonna will it give me the hammer? Spotless hammer. Yep, that's what I was thinking.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3? Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was
Okay.
the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
Sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance!
No.
Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
What are you talking about?
One thing seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers.
No, it's the spotless hammer. The hammers are just a red herring.
The murder weapon wasn't a justice hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
But seriously? A different weapon?
Specifically, a hammer from the repository. The killer could have easily used that to kill Hifumi.
Yeah.
Now, all the hammers in the repository were covered in flecks of grit and debris.
But one was clean.
But for some reason, one of them had been scrubbed clean.
huh?
And the reason it had been scrubbed clean was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they'd have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
Yep.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used a hammer to kill him.
Whoever did that was the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Yep.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with
I'm
him.
not letting this happen anymore, Celeste.
The way the graduation rule works, there is no benefit to helping someone else carry out a murder. So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
But that doesn't stop it from being possible. They may not gain anything, but that doesn't stop it. We did talk about how there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least, that's what we thought at first, but... Wait, will it give me the handbook? Nope, Spall's hammer. I feel like I'm gonna need to grab something from
Based on
here.
the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Can we really say there's no chance two people worked on this together?
Based on the rules that have been laid out,
Even if more than one, only the one who actually...
assuming the rule holds true,
There might be a loophole, potentially. Let's see. One way of getting around it.
Since there were two murders, it's at least plausible that more than one person was involved.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering.
But what happens when two different people murder someone?
Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Wait. Do you think Hagakure was being like? Do you think Hagakure was being like considered to be murdered? Like, did
Risk
someone?
versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in the scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
Risk and reward.
You're saying that two people could act as each other's accomplices to commit two separate murders.
They would both then become blackened, potentially.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka.
And it seems like the other person who was being planned to be killed might have been an Hagakure,
They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
because he was also given a letter, right?
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone, creating two separate incidents. And it only looked like one person because that's how the true killer designed it to look. A single suspicious individual, a similar weapon used in each crime, disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances, they made it look like one person was behind it all.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice.
Exactly.
Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
Indeed.
That's just awful. How could anyone be so cruel?
You think so? I can't help but admire its cunning. Still, their choice of accomplice seems odd.
The effort made to convince us the two murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning, which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidents. Kyoko really is amazing. Although, when you think about it, she's almost too amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved. But then, who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions, and in the end, murdered him. In the debates up till now, the way the case is unfolded, when you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems to fit. Is it asking me to select... Is it really asking me to select her? I want to... screw it. You're really going to ask me... Okay, I was about to say, you're not actually putting it that way. For some reason, I thought the game was making me point towards her with the way it was saying how amazing she was. But no, the only one that I...
Here's my answer.
Celeste. It's your turn.
It was Celeste.
So I'm the suspicious individual now, am I?
Yep.
I really do hate this kind of joke.
Oh, you can keep laughing. It ain't a joke, though.
A joke? I wonder.
So what you are saying, then, is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi.
He was very much willing to work with you.
The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him,
She's about to go into her crazy form, isn't she?
that I would go within 10 feet of that shit from brains, that lazy, worthless goddamn idiot!
Okay.
Pardonnez-moi.
First time they asked you to select someone without basically spelling out the answer for you. Yeah.
Just to be clear, there is evidence to support it.
Is that so?
It is. Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
What is it that only Hifumi and Celeste had in common? Wait, the screaming. Wait. Nope, I'm stupid. Never mind. It was encountering the suspicious individual.
The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit. Thus, the only ones who ever actually saw Robo-Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
That's right. No one else ever actually saw Robo-Justice. Until we, of course, found Hagakure.
Shush. The adults are talking now.
Excuse you?
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
After taking Hifumi to the nurse's office, we all began our search for this individual, correct? And not too long after that, do you remember what Celeste said?
I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong, what was it she said?
Sus, what's wrong?
That was a rather intense scream for someone like you.
I saw him. The strange costume man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he hid further down to the hallway and disappeared.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the physics lab, it was time for her partner to get to work.
Yep. Huh?
What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been...
Hifumi, he's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
It was to get us to divide into two groups. So that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
It was smart.
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
Yep, it was smart.
Then why don't we split into two groups?
I'll lead the hunting party. That seems much more interesting.
Very well. The Makoto and Hina, you come with me to the nurse's office. I will leave the capture of the suspicious individual to Toko, Byakuya, and Sakura.
Well, if Celeste and Hifumi were working together, all those chance events suddenly become connected.
Yep.
And on top of that, that piercing cry of yours early on. That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was your way of telling him, we're on the third floor, everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could have carried across the sea?
Damn.
I just realized another strange thing. When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead,
I certainly was not expecting this. I did not imagine that Fumi would be murdered.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered.
Yeah.
You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I don't believe it. Everything. The whole thing was one big act.
It was really damn smart. I feel like the thing that might have actually... I'm not sure which part specifically is where it all started falling apart, but...
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kinda sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom. Wait! Then that was...
She was making sure you specifically went to the bathroom so that Hifumi could go.
She wasn't worried about you. She just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the nurse's office.
Each piece isn't much by itself, but start putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed.
Indeed.
Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you mean.
You can feign ignorance all you want.
Don't bother trying to deny it. You made one fatal mistake.
Oh, did I?
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
Huh?
They must be really enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around frightened and confused. We're all going to die here. We're going to die just like those guys said. Died.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room.
She shouldn't have known about... She said guys, She meant multiple. She shouldn't have known about Taka's. And yet she somehow knew.
Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed. So Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the four of us headed to the nurse's office.
But at any point, did anyone mention to Celeste that Taka had died?
Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead.
Exactly.
Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
She knew there would be multiple people dead.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
Hagakure.
You hear that, Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
Come on. Byakuya said that Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. What is he alluding to? Make your argument. Monaco in file number 3.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died.
No. I think I'm gonna need to grab something from her statements.
They must really enjoying the sight of us standing. They must be. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died.
And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it? What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
What? Figure out yourself why a comment doesn't make sense.
Shoot!
All I said was they must really enjoying the sight of us standing around. They must be. We are going to die. And that is.
And that's all it takes. What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
When she said that, she only should have known about Hifumi's death. That mind, what's so strange about what she said is...
All I said was they must really enjoying the sight of us. They must be. We are going to die. And that is.
And that's all it takes to finish. What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was they must really enjoying the sight of us stand. They must be, because we are all going to die here. We are going to die.
Just like...
There we go. That's the order it's supposed to be in. You shouldn't have known about multiple. You knew it was multiple
That's right.
victims.
There's no reason Celeste should have said, just like those guys die. When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
You knew that Taka was dead.
Exactly. And we didn't run into her until after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
Exactly.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Imaginations?
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw.
And you were.
Then what about the picture I took?
That has to be...
How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
If you're working together, then it would be easier to make something like that.
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on. And then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit.
Wait!
Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer.
I think I know what it might be.
In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away.
I don't think it's a photo of him being dragged away. I think it's more of a photo... Just deflecting to a different topic. Yeah, I feel like it's the only thing she can do at this point. But I think I see what the problem with this photo is. Why? I think I get it. I think that is Hagakure in the photo, but he's not dragging anybody away in it. It's a photo. You can't tell that he's being dragged away, that Hifumi's being dragged. But I think he might just be... If Hagakure mentioned he was like, he passed out or something, they might have been drugged. In that case, his body would probably be just going limp. What if it was simply just Hifumi acting like he was being dragged away, but in reality it was just him acting all scared while Hagakure's limp body just looked as if its arms were wrapped around pulling him backwards.
If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
It can.
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
It's not.
What could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
No, there is no other explanation.
You would love if that was the case. Other explanations. If it wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away, the only other possibility is...
I got it!
Hifumi is dragging the suspect.
It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away.
It's the other way around.
I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
Aha!
That's certainly within the realm of possibility. The one being dragged off in that picture isn't Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit.
Hifumi's trying to pick up Hagakure in the suit.
We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around.
But it just so coincidentally looks like Hagakure is dragging away Hifumi.
And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Exactly.
Such a thing is utterly impossible.
Really?
Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Now you're starting to become more agitated, it feels. Celeste thinks she can prove that there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. Is that really possible? Make your argument. Robo Justice. Yasuhiro's message. Robo Justice blueprints. The meeting, the message hall, the blueprints, and the costume.
Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside... There's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Then the fortune-telling idiot is the culprit after all!
Wait.
No way!
If I remember right, Hina said she said that she couldn't bend at the waist.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could...
Damn it.
Shoot!
I gotta be careful.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Then the fortune-telling idiot is the culprit after all!
No way!
She couldn't bend at the waist.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out. Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight. You tried to make me look like the bad guy.
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Okay.
No,
Ooh.
it's wrong.
I'm alive. Barely, but I'm alive.
No. Even if the person inside the suit were unconscious, they could still stand up like that, because that Robo-Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
You totally can't bend the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Aha! Now we're actually seeing it. So now you're starting to panic.
Celeste and Hifumi took the suit they'd specially designed and stuffed Hiro into it.
Mm-hmm. And then it would perfectly be standing up to make it look like he was just dragging someone away.
That's how they were able to fake that whole thing. The point of it all was to make us believe whoever was in the suit was to blame.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
I feel like she's about to lose it.
Don't make me laugh, you idiot!
Oh god.
What do you mean, checkmate?
Oh god.
Celeste?
She's lost it.
Clearly! You want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well,
one little problem. Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Unfortunately for you, that doesn't matter at this point anymore. We already know he was working with you. It doesn't matter what he says anymore, unfortunately. Okay. He could have just been trying to use that to get you out freely.
Hifumi, who was it? Who attacked you? Who tried to kill you? Who killed me? That's right. I remember. Their name... Yasuhiro.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not?
But it doesn't matter.
He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro.
If he was working with you, then that just honestly helps prove our case further.
In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Right! But my name isn't really Yasuhiro! It's actually Taro!
Okay, Yasuhiro, no. We're not doing this.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only making things more complicated.
Exactly. Don't do this. We'll figure it out a different way.
He did say Yasuhiro. But are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Well, if you think you're innocent, you're not helping your case, madam.
Kyoko, what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
Didn't he say people's last names?
I got it!
He kept referring to Naegi as Mr.
That's right.
Naegi.
Our last names. He called us all by our last names.
Wait, then he's saying Yasuhiro.
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Naegi more than once, for example.
Yeah.
So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
So why did he say Yasuhiro?
I'm sure it was just incidental, by chance.
Wait.
His first name.
Celeste, your last name has never been available like every other character's. Why is that? I know we have said it's Leuenberg or whatever it was. But why wouldn't it just appear there then?
Indecent?
Don't talk.
Thank you, Byakuya.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No. There's no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
So Hifumi was trying to tell us the last name of whoever killed him?
The only way it makes sense in that case is if... What is Celeste's last
The name
name?
you said doesn't apply to anyone here.
But what if it does?
Well, no. Hold on. There's one person it could apply to, and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
What is your real name, Celeste?
What did you just say?
You're not getting out of this.
To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you?
Well, you're about to be.
Well, do I? What? I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Oh, you've earned the right, alright. But that doesn't mean you're not escaping because of it.
Okay, then fill us in. What's your real name?
Actually, can we look at your e-handbook? Doesn't that tell us our last names?
Make sure your ear holes are wide open. My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Celeste still won't give up. So then, I have to do something to make her accept it. There's only one thing. Will it give me the handbook? I think the handbook's gonna be the answer. Yep, the e-handbook. The e-handbook. Each student has their own e-handbook, which also acts as a card key. The owner's name is displayed each time the handbook is booted up. It's believed that no handbooks were involved in carrying out the murders this time. But just because they weren't involved in carrying out the murders doesn't mean they're not important.
He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
How many times do I have to tell you? My name is...
Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it!
Why is your text upside down?
How long do you plan to go on pretending?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me,
No!
No!
We do!
Show us that handbook, Celeste.
That's it! The handbook!
What?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right?
So, Celeste, go ahead and turn on that handbook for us.
Monokuma told us all about it before.
This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it.
My name is upside down.
When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook. It has so many more uses than that.
So all we have to do is check her handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
that's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Celeste?
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up. Because until the game's over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me settle it. Let me go over the case again, from the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes. And that'll bring everything to an end.
Let's do it. The closing argument. Begin. In this case, how did the killer recruit their accomplice? Was it seduction? Who was it the killer summoned first? What time do the killers call their victim to the rec room? Where's... They knocked him out, stuffed him in the robot just suit to falsify their evidence, and they used a certain item to do it. I would assume it's talking about... the camera. What time was Taka supposed to head to the equipment room? Taka was supposed to be there at... 6. Right? Oh, yeah, wait. 2, 3, 4, 5. What Justice Hammer that was used to kill Taka, what number was it? I'm scared to make any mistakes. In the library, Hifumi used something to fake the existence of a shadowy criminal. Ah, he used... Justice Hammer number 2, right? What is this whirlwind picture he's doing in the bottom? Which Justice Hammer was in the nurse's office when Hifumi was pretending to be dead? The Justice Hammer that was in Hifumi's... It was 3. Hifumi used something to move Taka's body. A blue tarp. And, this. The weapon the killer used to murder Hifumi, what was it? It was a clean hammer. I'm trying to be very careful here, because I only get 2 mistakes and then it's over. In this case, how did the killer recruit their accomplice? Was it seduction? What time did the killers call their victim to the rec room? It's 1. Who was it the killer summoned first? It was you. And then, what time was Taka supposed to head to the equipment room? That would be around here. The Justice Hammer that was used to kill Taka, what number was it?
Shoot.
Let me look at the rest real quick. Is that the only one left I've yet to fill in? No, the first one. How did the killer convince? I don't... Oh, this one actually is weird. I don't know what would be used to convince. The Justice Hammer was used to kill Taka. What number was it? What number? If I can remember. What? So many moving parts of this case, and I'm so paranoid about getting wrong. What? Because I know he said 1, 2, 3, 4. It was... Well, the only available option that makes sense is 4. And then... What did the killer... How did the killer recruit their accomplice? What makes sense there? Can I save? No? I should have saved before this. It's nice to give the whole like 17 minutes to do this part because you definitely need it. Yeah. The only one that makes sense in some fashion is this one.
Here's exactly what happened.
Alright, let's see it.
Before anything, the killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was...
I can't actually pause here. Okay. Okay, that was right.
Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes.
Yeah, the hint here didn't really help too much, honestly. Okay, good.
First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning.
Yep, okay.
That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him,
Put him in the
they
suit.
drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit.
Okay, good. So far, so good.
Next, Hifumi positioned himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him.
Don't get how you'd ever convince someone and to help commit murder unless there's some rule about both getting out if they get away with it that I missed. I feel like I feel like Celeste might have somehow like tricked Hifumi into thinking there might be like a loophole they could work out. That's the only thing I can make sense of.
While the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker.
Okay, good.
And then finally, at 6 a.m., they moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. And that's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of the first murder.
Yep. Yes.
The murder weapon was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason Hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes. So, next they falsified 2 more assault incidents. For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims, to solidify Robo Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room.
Yes.
There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1, and the Robo Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But...
Yes! It's getting closer.
while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3
Blood tornado.
and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered.
Yes.
He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned, that's what we found. Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi.
Yes, yes, yes.
We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office.
Come on, so
And
close.
once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room.
Do you wonder who Fumi thought Celeste was gonna kill? I would assume it'd be Hagakure, probably. But I might be wrong. Working.
He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move it all the way down to the repository. That explains how each of the bodies disappeared.
That's fair. He was accomplice bait.
But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer had in mind for their final act.
I think I got it all in one go. There we go.
Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them. And they did it using an ordinary, everyday hammer from the repository. That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is...
The ultimate gambler. Celestia Ludenberg.
Celeste! Sorry, you lose.
You made a bad gamble. It's over.
I lost? I lost?
Yep.
When was the last time I was forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor.
What else you got? Also, I'm going to make sure, usually after all of those, there usually ends up being like one of those bullet time events. Just in the off chance, I'm going to save.
I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no, Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Oh. Taiko Yasuhiro?
Taiko?
So, you finally accepted it.
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Huh.
Interesting.
So that's it. Holy crap. It got a bit dicey near the end there, but it worked out in the end. Still got an A, though. Don't know how I got that. I'll take it. 98 medals.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin.
Oh, and you've just dropped the accent. That's cool.
Or, no, I suppose this is the end, isn't it?
It is indeed the moment we've all been waiting for. Time to vote. Okay? Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the Blackened?
She's ready, yeah.
Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Here we go. Who is found guilty? The culprit is Taiko Yasuhiro. That's it.
It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you're totally correct. The Blackened this time, the true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was Celestian Ludenberg, or more precisely, Taiko Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
I lost. Well, that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan. But how'd you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would have happily agreed to commit murder. I'm sure she relied on her specialty, lying. My specialty? Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then...
Didn't you use, I knew you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice, I used her.
You are the one who stole Alter Ego.
For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the only thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into.
Does she mean... Is she talking about Alter Ego?
Say what?
What? What are you talking about?
Just a second.
Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of a very important conversation here. I'm totally out of the loop as usual. How sad.
In other words...
Then you're the one that stole it.
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you'd come up with. Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how to disappear, I paid Hifumi a little visit. What are you doing here?
Actually...
I was hoping I could talk to you, alone. It's about what was stolen. I know who did it.
What? Are you
It was
okay
Taka.
with this?
He stole it.
So that's how you got him to commit murder.
What?
So
And I have
then...
proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I found a use for the digital camera. I'd taken you-know-what to Taka's room earlier, and took pictures of it there. I deleted the picture as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him! But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You are correct, which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
As for
Please
me...
forgive me. He threatened me.
Oh.
He did.
As for me...
He came to my room last night unannounced, and then... It's hard for me to even say. He abused me.
What?
He took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice.
Damnation!
That's a crime! An absolute crime! I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but... I never imagined he would go that far! It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was. I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life. I'm going to kill him!
Unforgivable!
I'm going to fucking kill him!
Most
Wait, please,
unfortunate.
if you go now, you will be playing right into his hands. Huh?
Actually...
Taka's planning to use her, to escape. And he has you as target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean... Taka's going to try to kill you.
Indeed.
And also he can keep her to himself.
Bastard! Bastard!
Honestly,
Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts?
Absolutely not! How could I? She...
I swear,
I have to-
I will save her!
actually,
Then, would you like to join me? It just so happens I have come up with a plan.
Huh?
I have devised a way to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. And with that is complete.
Huh? Oh, what are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that item had on him was remarkable. The power of love. Even a love as twisted as that can still drive people mad, it would seem.
You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation? Oh yeah, thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy streams.
indeed.
Yes, yeah. It was a real pain in the butt, too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that. But it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But
So, why'd you decide to make me the suspect?
Because you're stupid.
Damn, really? You're just gonna lay it on him like that?
That's it!
Let's see.
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though.
I feel like I could cry.
Well,
But when you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she is asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that, assuming you had actually let him live?
Are you okay
Not simple.
with this?
After he did his pawn and pretend to be dead, once someone showed up, I told him to say that he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. And he really believed that? Well, of course, that wasn't all there was to it. As I explained to Hifumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so no one could down him. I told him that, and he believed me.
No. It all seems very straightforward. Stereotypical.
I just matched a lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
so in
So
the
you
end,
had planned to kill him all along.
But of course, there would have been in no point into my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
don't be mean!
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder
No,
about
he
that.
derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then, what made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million that Makuma offered us? That is a lot of money, it's true. But that's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape.
But
all along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
Obviously, that was a lie. Ugh.
Hey!
I couldn't take it. I hate it from day one. More than anyone else in here. I wanted to get out of here. Every day was fresh torture. And you wanna know why? Huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream. And accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing.
As for
And
me,
it was all for that dream.
And what was this dream of yours?
isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle.
You know, I was gonna say that makes no sense, but now that I look at your outfit, now that I think about what you're wearing, yeah, I guess I can see that. A castle? Oh. Might I ask why they were all zombies, your servants?
And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers / bodyguards. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need.
Alright, so that explains why the glowing red eyes, gotcha. Then character definitely, yeah, I guess I can see it.
Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly aesthetic world of decadence.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. I got right to the edge, but
There is nothing
unfortunately
to be
my
done.
dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream to the very end, so why would I?
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it.
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I think nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying, but... And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why aren't you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. It's not just that as other people, I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious.
And that's why you're not scared?
Yes,
That's right.
indeed.
I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice, then
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I would like to come back as Mary and Antoinette.
You just get executed again. Celeste smiled then, and when she did, it looked like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own feelings. But that statement itself must have been her final lie. And that weak, fake smile is what betrayed her.
Kills!
Well done.
Kills! Kills!
Okay then, let's get the rolling. The black and disturbed the peace and must pay the price.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
For her, the ultimate gambler.
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Here we go!
I guess I'll let Kyoko hold on to this. What?
This is...
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then... Take care, everyone. Perhaps we'll meet again. In another life.
Farewell, Celeste. Oh boy, here we go! Game over. Celeste has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Alright, how's she gonna die? Every death has been insane so far, so I have no idea what's going on. Oh. Okay? She's being killed in front of an audience? The burning of the Versailles... Oh, God. She's being burned. Great. Well, this is fitting, I guess. Huh. Ugh. Burning of the witch. Ugh. What? Oh God! What? What do you mean a fire? A fire? A truck? Oh my God! Okay. I guess she's not being burned to death. She's just being hit with a truck and that's it. Great. Thank you, Monokuma. That was very needed of you, I guess. Well, it's over. The third execution is over. Gothic death was interrupted by being run over by a car. Yeah! Definitely a very unique style. I was gonna say, like, this is probably the most tame one yet, and then I see the fire truck and it's just like, never mind. I take it back. This is not calm. Celeste's death's over. Celeste killed my friend, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend too. For him to just come along and...
Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world, and so more people had to die. You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna
Jeez.
do?
And here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me
Who do I
out of
care
here!
about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad.
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes, it is. But that reality just can't be avoided.
Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us?
How strange.
God, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So, anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key-type object from Celeste?
Hey.
So,
hey.
what's the deal with that?
What?
Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? Excuse you? What did you do to me? What? Huh?
What?
Excuse you? What happened? Wait. Huh?
Hey,
Answer me. What'd you do to my body? Excuse you? What happened?
Oh man, oh geez, oh man, oh geez, what do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it.
What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body. Huh? What does that mean?
Hello.
Okay, things are getting kind of awkward. I think it's about time I got out of here.
Well.
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life.
I wonder what's wrong with Kyoko. She seems physically fine. I mean, she doesn't seem like she's had any physical problems. She hasn't acted like she's going to die in any capacity. Wonder what that's all about.
If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
See ya later.
See ya!
Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although, it wasn't all despair. There was one small hope. Hey, Kyoko. Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's that key that Celeste gave you?
so...
Most likely. It's the key to one of the dressing room lockers.
Huh?
Then, that means... Celeste probably hid it in there.
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea.
Alright, we left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Kyoko looked back at us and said,
Hey,
I'm going to go on alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone?
so...
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Right, Byakuya here still suspects Kyoko of being the spy. Then I'll go too.
What?
You? Please, let me go. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya.
well then.
Then it's up to you now.
Yo,
I'm gonna go to the dining hall, okay?
Huh? So Mako and Kyoko are gonna go together?
We have to figure it out. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Does that mean what I think it means?
Go away!
Okay.
You'll let me go. Girls like her are toe pushers when you show a little backbone.
Could you... Shut it! I tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone heads to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
Shall we go?
Well, shall we?
Yeah. Alright,
So then,
meet again to that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. And as the locker swung open, we saw...
You're really cold.
Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it?
It's safe. Thank goodness. I never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart.
I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time.
So,
Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow.
Ah, we might be able to start finding a way out.
I'm doing my best, so please wait just a while longer. So, now we can officially say the case is closed.
As far as the assistant is concerned, sure, but can we take a second? Since we have this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at the school?
Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
However...
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now.
I don't need to know. That just makes me even more worried.
What?
Worried? Like what happened during the investigation this time. You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do that...
Indeed.
It's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too.
No! I believe in you.
What?
You believe in me.
Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends.
I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then...
That's fine.
Fine. I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see...
What I heard from Kyoko then was... Well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. Right after I'd told Kyoko I believe even her, she told me a story that was... Well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes. So I waited for nighttime to come. And when it did, I went into action.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back.
Oh. She said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but... Could Kyoko really be right about this? What's this? It's way in the back of the boys' room. Bathroom. So how does she know what's in the back of the boys' bathroom? That's a great question, but... It's just a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. The secret Kyoko told me about. Could it really be hidden in here? Let's see... wait a minute. I think I see it. I think I see something odd. She said it was way in the back of the storage closet. But I mean, seriously? Without thinking, I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet. And suddenly, as if I were being yanked in... Yep, I thought it looked weird. At the same time as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. Ow! I'd fallen through the back of the storage closet. Huh? Turned out, the back wall was like a revolving door, and I'd made my way to the other side. Just like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the second floor, there's a storage closet. And way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. So this is where she was. But what's in here? Yeah, what's so important here? It's just a normal desk with normal drawers. Alright, let's look at these files. There's a bunch of files and what looks like volume after volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope's Peak Academy Student Registry. This is the only thing in here not covered in dust. Has someone been looking at it recently? I slipped the file into my hand. Before I had a chance to take a look, a slip of paper fell out of the file and I turned my attention to it. Oh. What's this? You must not leave. Oh. Oh, what? You must not leave? Like, the school? Like Hope's Peak? You must not leave? That's kind of weird. I could understand if it said, like, I can't leave, but you must not leave? What is this? My head feels funny. This strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words. You must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before. But I can't quite remember. What do I know?
What don't I know? I... Oh! Help! A strange sound rang out through my head. It felt like it was just shaking my brain back and forth. And then, darkness. I don't understand what's happening. Minor inconvenience. I have a hole in my head. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. I didn't know how long it had been. Oh, great! Great, great, great! Oh. Apparently something hit me and I lost consciousness. Great! And now, Kyogo's going to hate me. That's all I understood. The dull throbbing pain in my head proved that much, at least. Teensy bit of an inconvenience. Our only hope might be gone. Gosh, dang it! An empty bookshelf. Huh? Empty? Gone. It's all gone! The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. It's all gone. Hello, Eyes. How's it going? What does this mean? But my brain refused to do any more work. The insistent pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. For now, I should go back to my room. Get some rest. Oh god, Kyoko is going to be very upset. My body was heavy with pain. My mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back to my room. Well, you've been doing pretty good. Somehow I made it back to the first floor of the school. The farther I walked, the more I felt things are getting blurry. Can't see in front of me. I couldn't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that... As if from a vast distance I heard a sound. It was faint, but undeniable. That sound... It's coming from the gym? Gym? As I desperately hauled my shaky frame toward the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. What is that sound? What's going on? It can't be nothing. Here, in the gym? What's going on? I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. The sounds coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. What the? Huh? Wait, that's Sakura! Before me, there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No one side's not human, that's for sure, but regardless, I couldn't stop staring. I forgot to move, or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing?
Sakura!
I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me?
Sakura, please do not die!
This wasn't part of the deal!
Deal? The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat. No longer compromise. No longer regret.
Son, Sakura. Oh my god, it didn't even occur to me, but she does have a blue eye. What?
I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay, but you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right?
Please don't die, Sakura.
You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? What am I hearing? A hostage? Then could it be the mastermind spy? Is it really Sakura? A next generation legend, stand tall galactic hero. The end. Only 7 remain. We are dropping in numbers very quickly at this rate. Super Robo Justice present. Thanks, game. Let's continue. Leon killed Sayaka. Monokuma killed Junko. Then Leon got executed. Then Mondo killed Chihiro. And then he got executed. Hifumi killed Taka. Then Celeste killed Hifumi. Then she got executed. And that brings us up to now. Sakura, do you want to explain what was going on last night? Next morning in the dining hall, the day after Celeste's case. Also, Kyoko, I apologize for getting all that stuff stolen.
So now there's only 5 of us here.
Only a third of the number of people we started with.
Indeed.
Loneliness has become commonplace.
That's true. Still... What did I see yesterday? Sakura, I saw you turn into sands and beat up the bear. How'd you do that? I don't understand. Sakura's the mastermind spy. Can that really be true? Makoto, are you okay? No, I'm fine. I can't bring it up in front of the others. If I did that, I would just confuse everyone that much more.
Okay.
In that case, let's eat till we pass out.
Huh? What do you mean in that case?
Because look how scary everyone looks. It's gotta be because you're all fighting on empty stomachs, right? If you feel your belly, I'm sure you'll all cheer up. So let's eat.
Okay.
Let's fry up some fish and donuts and eat till we can't stand up.
That's like a deep impact style, meteor impact, extinction level event combination of foods.
What? Those are both breakfast time and top sellers. Still, the till we can't stand up part is a problem. After we're done, we need to go explore.
I see.
That's right. Since the class trial is over, new areas should have opened up.
It's true.
Plus, we still have alter ego. We don't have to give up into despair just yet.
She's right. We have to plan ahead and think about the future.
You got it.
Yeah. Think happy thought, not deathy thoughts.
You know?
Like when we are gonna get out of here, right?
For serious.
When this is all over, I think I want to get reborn for serious. I mean, reborn as someone serious.
Well...
Hey, are you okay? That sounds like something someone who's about to die would say.
I'm totally okay. I'm not gonna die. Why? Because there aren't gonna be any more murders.
Huh? What makes you so sure?
According to the
I predicted it
spirits-
last night. Since it revealed itself to me from the ether, there's no doubt about it.
However,
How accurate is your fortune telling anyway?
How about
I
that?
usually hit 20 or 30% on a good day.
That seems really low.
Yeah, let's... You're supposed to be the ultimate clairvoyant, Hagakure. You should have at the very minimum, maybe 75 I'll give you at the bare minimum, but...
It's not like some occult
Yeah, it's not like
mystery.
it's ESP or whatever. Of course I'm only going to get it right sometimes.
The occult
I
is
told you, my
bullcrap.
fortune telling isn't like some cult thing.
So,
Fortune telling isn't a cult?
You got
Of
it all
course
wrong.
not. Clairvoyance is clairvoyance. Don't put it in the same category as cattle mutilation.
23% is higher than just guessing, probably. I mean, I guess. Still, being the ultimate clairvoyant, I would imagine still.
Cow... What?
So...
He's referring to the urban legend where aliens abduct cows and dissect them as part of their research.
Actually,
No, you're calling it an urban legend. As a matter of fact, it's true. As a matter of fact, it happened to me. It all happened one day when I went to go get a hamburger. It was a place I'd never been before. They claimed their patties were 100% all beef. So I got a burger to go and headed home.
but
Before long,
the end is
the
nigh.
sky was filled with mysterious blinding light.
Some crazy beam came out of nowhere and locked onto my hamburger.
My burger! They took my fucking burger.
And as soon as the beam touched it, the burger started floating in midair.
Is this canon? I want to believe that aliens came down to see Hagakure and steal his hamburger.
And then...
Being able to predict 1 in a million in events with 20 to 30% accuracy is still impressive, even if it sounds like nothing special itself. I guess, yeah.
Still floating there, the entire burger started coming apart. One part of it just vanished, while the rest fell back into my hand. Do you realize what that means? It means the burger wasn't 100% beef. It must have had some pork or something mixed in. Something like 70% pork and 30% beef would be my guess.
Thank you, Hagakure.
You can't trick me.
Anyway, he gets it something right. He gets it all right down to every tiniest detail. I guess that's fair.
So I stormed back to the burger place and got up in the manager's grill, and they totally admitted it. It wasn't 100% beef. They mixed in ground pork with it.
How about that?
Now you see that is cattle mutilation.
I kinda got lost halfway through.
I can't tell if you're for the cult or against it. You stink of stupidity.
Don't be mean.
How dare you?
Well, you do stink, though.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Anyway, I hope your prediction turns out to be true.
Well, at the very least, I won't murder anyone.
Yeah.
Me either. I mean, I would never.
Of course.
Me either.
Indeed.
Nor I.
That goes for me too, of course. I can never kill any of my friends. I feel like those words of encouragement were helping us come together as one. Of course, the only two people that we can't trust at that point, if they're not gonna make the promise, is Byakuya and Genocide Jill. After so much sacrifice and hardship, we finally become united. But,
Well,
to be honest, I wish Byakuya and Toko were here for this too.
But
They're so hard to deal with. They only think about themselves.
Yeah, we're better off without him, I say.
That was enough to prove. We were united for the time being. But within that bond hid weakness and fragility. Chapter 4. All-Star Apologies. Was that... I'm trying to think who those two people in that art were. I think that was Chihiro and Aoi? Asahina? Huh. Oh boy. We began our search as soon as we finished for breakfast in the dining hall. Was it not Alter Ego and Aoi? That's what I was thinking. It looked like Chihiro and Aoi. We had to find out what had opened up and what was waiting for us. Well, I'm gonna immediately check the top floor. Because every single time it's been another floor after a case, so I'm going to assume it might be the same this time. Indeed! Here we are. So now we have access to the 4th floor of Pope's Peak Academy. Maybe this time we'll find some kind of clue. No, this time I have to find it. Oh, we got a lot here. There's a 5th floor! Bathroom. This is a girl's bathroom. It's pretty obvious just by looking at it. There's no good reason for me to go in. Check everything. Can't actually check anything in here. Data lab. No good. The door's locked. I guess I won't be getting in here. According to the nameplate, this is called the data center. But what's behind the door is a total mystery. Okay. 2 classrooms. Just take a look inside. I didn't see if anything out of the ordinary. Hey, Hagakure!
I'm glad this floor got opened up and all, but there's like a ton of locked rooms up here.
Huh, so there's multiple locked rooms, you're saying. Well, let's go around and see what all is locked and what's open. No, nothing in here. Hold on here. What in the world? Hey, you two. Inside the room, the smell of medicine was oppressive. So this is the chem lab. Ah. I hope inhaling all this stuff doesn't do permanent damage. Howie! Hina and Sakura seem to be lost in a deep but friendly conversation. I need to find out what's going on with Sakura and the mastermind, but I can't while she's with Hina.
hey, Makoto.
Huh? You need something?
No, it's nothing.
You sure? Okay, then.
Sakura is lost in conversation with Hina. I need to find out what's going on, but I can't when she's with Hina. What is it, Makoto?
Do you need something?
No, it's nothing.
so then.
Really? Well, okay.
Medicine. It's a remarkably big shelf and stocked with all kinds of medicine.
That's right.
Ah, listen, Mako. Listen, just take a deep breath and calm down and listen to me.
Okay, I'm listening. Okay, Hina, just chill out.
There's all kinds of stuff we didn't have before. Vitamins, minerals, amino acids, as creatine.
Okay.
And what? Even a protein zyme X.
What's that?
A high-quality protein drink. It's nothing like that cheap swill in the warehouse. It's connoisseur level.
Oh yeah?
This is amazing. It's a gold mine. Ah, my prayers have finally been answered. I'm load up on some more prayers then.
A gold mine, huh? Well, that seems nice, I guess. That's locked up. We have 2 rooms over here. What's this? Uh-oh. 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 I see it. It's happening again. This is the office. But of course, there's no hint of any teachers that we'd normally be able to rely on. Oh no. I can see something already. There's a picture on the floor. This picture... What? Yep, this time it's Hifumi, Celeste, and Sayaka. Hifumi, Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka? The smiling faces of 3 people who are dead now. A classroom without metal plates over the windows. Again, it's exactly the same. Yeah, it's just like that picture I saw before. There's no way this is important somehow. They're smiling the way you'd expect any normal teenager to smile. Just a normal group of high schoolers living a normal school life. I can't possibly believe they were able to smile like that in a world of despair like this. So, does that mean this picture was taken before they ever came to Hope's Peak? Which would mean everyone in the picture knew each other before they got here? Including Sayaka? No, there's no way. Monokuma did it. It must be fake.
I'm here, by the way. You're fake.
Monokuma popped out of nowhere and snatched the picture from my hand.
A forgery plot. What are you, a middle schooler? You think the moon landing was fake too? Come on.
Then you're saying that this picture is real.
Hey!
If there were such a thing as a Nobel Truth Prize, I'd take first, second, and fourth.
What happened to third?
I may have done a little lying.
Too bad!
Actually, that's probably not true.
I asked you a question. Is this picture real or is it a fake?
Oh, Makoto, you're so eager to split things in half, aren't you?
Hey!
But it's no use. It's just no use. If you try to split something that can't be split, you'll end up feeling like you're the one being split.
It's
The
true.
picture is real. No more, no less.
Without another word, Monokuma disappeared. So the picture is real. It's really real. If that's true, if that's the case... But why is it real? Alright, let's go check out the other rooms. The nameplate on the door says Headmaster's Room. The Headmaster's Room? There must be something worthwhile in here. Never mind. The door's locked. Damn it. Well, there's one more room I can see of intrigue, which is some kind of piano room. Let's see it. Kyoko! This is the music room. It's hardly even a classroom. It's more like an actual concert hall. Kyoko!
Hey,
You know, you haven't told me what you think yet. What I think?
so...
About the secret room in the boys' bathroom. Well, I did find the secret room, but as soon as I started looking around, I was attacked.
What?
Attacked? By who? Well, they came from behind and I didn't have any time to react, so I didn't see who it was. And when I came to, the mounds of files and documents were all gone. I'm sorry. I know how important those were.
That's fine.
It's okay. I already saw what I needed to in there. Okay. Thank goodness she's not pissed off. And I have suspected the mastermind might come after you. Could you at least have given me a warning then? You couldn't have at least said something like, hey, I'm going to get attacked, likely. What?
Because...
When I discovered the room, the mastermind must have seen me on the surveillance camera in the hallway. They must have seen me go into the boys' bathroom and not come out again. Still, I wanted you to go and see it. I wanted to see how the mastermind would react. Essentially, I wanted to find out if the mastermind actually knew about the room.
It would seem...
But to attack you and steal everything in the room, that must mean that there was some unknown clue in there that could have revealed the mastermind's identity.
Then you knew I was gonna get attacked.
That doesn't matter.
You can handle that kind of thing though, right? After all, you're a boy.
I could have died! I could have gotten stabbed, shot, suffocated. I don't know. What does she think a boy is? Okay, I guess I understand, sort of. Then let me ask you something. Do you know about that note that was left in there? The note that said you must not leave?
Just a second.
We shouldn't talk about that. Not here.
Kyoko stole a quick glance at the surveillance camera.
So...
I'm looking into it. If I find out anything, I'll let you know.
I wonder if there's something going on in the outside world and why we're being put into this. Sort of like a, almost thinking of it almost like a, the zero escape, like a zero escape kind of dilemma where it's like it's better to be trapped inside than it is to be out.
Listen to me.
Is that okay?
She made it sound like she was asking, but it was clear I wouldn't have a say in the matter.
So then...
So now it's your turn. Let's hear your secret.
Huh?
Did you think I wouldn't notice? You're hiding something.
Am I wrong?
I don't know what I am hiding. What? That's... Oh, right. The fight. Forgot about that.
What?
What's the matter? If you're worried about the camera, why not just write it down?
Well...
Hey.
We're friends, so you should be able to trust me. Isn't that what you said before?
You're right, there shouldn't be any secrets between friends, but there's nothing worse than expressing doubt about your friend when you don't have evidence for it. I can't say... screw it. I told you we'd be friends, I'm telling you. I haven't found conclusive evidence yet. If I talk about it right now, it could just make things that much worse. Friends shouldn't keep secrets, but there's nothing worse than... Okay, I won't tell... Can I... Okay, I won't. Sorry, I can't tell you. Not yet.
Correct.
So that's your answer.
However...
But do you think that's fair? You were happy to hear what I had to say, but now you're unwilling to share.
I'm sorry. I really am. The illusion of choice. Help!
That's fine.
It's fine.
Goodbye.
Damn it, game! With those as her parting words, Kyoko left me standing there alone. I think I made her mad. Before I take a good look at things around here, all I think about for now is a dying hall. Thanks, game! Not long after I got into the dining hall, the others began to trickle in. And after a few minutes...
So, is this everyone?
Well then.
Okay, let's discuss what we all discovered. Yeah, good idea.
You're still pissed at me, aren't you? Kyoko? She's ignoring me.
So,
Hey, Makoto, does Kyoko seem upset to you?
It's a common theme of the RPGs where you can't really make choices. I know. It's still just... Yeah.
that's right.
She is, isn't it? She's totally mad.
Yeah, looks like it.
What's your
I bet
deal?
it's your fault, isn't it? You must have done something to her.
I didn't want to do the damn thing.
Yeah.
There was a big shelf in the chem lab on the earth floor, and it had all kinds of chemicals and stuff.
Okay.
And there was an all-star cast of nutrient additives and supplements. You should at least go take a peek. I highly recommend it.
I think you and Ogre are probably the only ones who are interested in stuff like that.
Sorry, I was looking at some.
Oh, but it's not all good stuff, though. There was medicine and health stuff, but on top of that, there was also a bunch of different poisons.
Poison?
They were all labeled clearly, though, so it would be hard to grab one by mistake.
It's true.
So, we better make sure we're careful around there. And we probably shouldn't tell Byakuya or Toko about the poison, right?
What do you mean?
Well, just in case. You know what I'm trying to say.
just in case. Yeah, I think you're right.
However,
Svakya, it won't be long until before he's discovered it for himself.
But to put something as dangerous as poison right out in the open... My controller keeps disconnecting. It's absolutely the work of the mastermind.
I found a couple rooms on the 4th floor, but they were locked. The data center and the headmaster's room.
The headmaster's room? That sounds like exactly the kind of place where we find some clues.
If we can somehow unlock the door and get inside...
But
Who cares about a stupid lock?
how about
There should be
that?
no problem for the world's strongest missing link to knock down one measly door.
What was that? No, please, continue. Did you see I've got the nicest spot on the block? The curviest hips? Is that what you said?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Then what did you say? Because I know you weren't talking about tearing down the door to the headmaster's room. Knocking down your headmaster's door? What kind of war on education are you trying to start here?
Your teacher
That's
had
my
such
room,
faith
you
in
know? It is now, anyway. And you're thinking of busting it down.
Betrayal?
Thank you.
You seriously don't want to piss me off. You have any idea how much bacteria lives on a single bear claw?
No, I was just kidding. Please, don't get mad.
Damn it, I'm not mad.
You're totally mad! How? Why are we suddenly... How do I vocalize this?
This is
I was hoping I wasn't gonna have to add for this rule. Well, a rule for this, but if you're gonna go around having those thoughts, I have no choice but to add to the school regulations.
Seriously?
too bad.
Breaking down a locked door is prohibited. There, that's a rule now, you jerks.
Sag. Sadding.
Is he gone? Man, I was scared for my life. I was sure he was gonna kill me for serious.
Well,
But if he would go out of his way to make up a rule like that, there's no doubt that something important must be hidden in the headmaster's room.
But now that it's a rule, there's nothing we can do.
Metal sheets have been attached to all the windows on the 4th floor, none of them budge an inch,
in other words,
just like everywhere else. Escape from the 4th floor seems unlikely. That was to be expected, though.
So, has everyone said what they needed to say?
I think so.
For
But
serious?
looks like no one's found any clues at all, let alone a way out of here. I haven't been this depressed since my house burned to the ground. Someone do something to cheer me up.
What do you mean your house burned to the ground? Can I say something?
How about
It's
that?
because my dad was smoking in bed.
All right, thank you for answering my question. Got it. That's... No, I have something else I'd like to report. So, you guys all remember, right? You remember when I found that picture up on the 3rd floor the other day?
perhaps.
You mean the one that showed Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon all together, right?
Huh?
Yeah, I remember. What about it?
Well, I found another one. Another picture, almost just like that one.
Another one?
But this time, the picture was of Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka.
Huh?
And they were all smiling. Except Celeste. I don't exactly know why we're saying Celeste is smiling, but... And the classroom in the picture didn't have any metal coverings in the... any metal covering the windows.
So the picture of Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon wasn't the only one. Now you found one that had Celeste, Hifumi, and Sakaya?
Is that a typo? It is a typo. Okay, I was about to say, am I going crazy or did her name just change?
But
How can that...
Conspiracy!
Monokuma must have faked it.
But if the picture's real, then everyone who was in it... There would have been some kind of hidden connection there, don't you think? Some deeper truth that we just don't understand.
It can't be. It's a fake.
But Monokuma said it was real. I know we could just write that off as a lie, but...
So then,
Then you trust Monokuma's word over the people who have died.
Huh?
because...
That's what you're saying, isn't it?
No, that's not it.
I'm shocked. You told everyone how we should believe in our friends, but you refused to do the same.
That's not... What's going on, Kyoko? Why are you getting so emotional? I don't understand why she's so angry.
Hey,
Come on, guys, stop fighting, or all your good luck is gonna float away. Anyway, Makoto, you're thinking about it too much. There's no way Monokuma didn't fake that picture.
Of course.
He's just trying to confuse us. You shouldn't listen to anything Monokuma has to say.
you might be right, but still... Are you still so conflicted?
What?
Oh. It looks like you guys have stopped playing nice.
Byakuya!
You all have the same sunken look on your faces. You all so ugly before. You shouldn't let them sink any lower. When I look at you, it makes me think of a frog sinking into a pile of manure.
You know?
Sorry.
Just a second.
Why are you apologizing?
What the heck?
Leave us alone. You're not part of this.
That's right.
That's true enough. Your problems aren't mine. We are, and always will be, completely separate. So whatever's causing your faces to turn so ugly has absolutely nothing to do with me. And if I happen to discover a vital clue, I wouldn't concern you in the slightest. Huh?
Did you finally say something useful?
Hey,
Byakuya, what have you been up to?
That's
I don't
fine.
mind telling you. Perhaps forcing your lazy brains to get it to work might do you some good.
Such
I was in the
ignorance.
bath. What else would you like to know? Today's lottery numbers? He was taking a bath. Oh, wait. He may be saying go to Alter Ego. Is he saying that he's been talking to Alter Ego? Did he tell him something?
it would seem...
Maybe we should all go take a bath. Ah, good idea.
Mixed bath.
Okay.
Mixed bath. If Alter Ego really did tell him something, I wonder what it could have been. Alright, bathhouse it is. Oh, Toko! When I got to the dressing room, Toko was sitting alone on the bench, the laptop in front of her. Toko, did you decide to come and hear what Alter Ego has to say too?
What's your
I
problem?
already heard it. With the master. With master. You don't have to keep saying it. Anyway, so what are you doing right now? Shut up. Stop bothering me.
How about that?
Get out of the way. We have to talk to Alter Ego.
No, I made Master a promise.
A promise.
Master told me to wait here, so that's what I'm doing.
Huh?
What are you, his dog? If it's what Master wants, I'd do anything he asks.
You just love being mistreated.
Well, fine. If you really want me gone, by all means.
Uh-oh. Not that, not that!
Hey guys, what's going on?
We'd like you to move.
Sure thing. Just kneel before me and beg.
First a mega masochist, and now it's super sadist.
Hey, Genocide. Toko. Seriously, I'm asking you nicely to let us use the laptop.
Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to kneel and beg.
How about that?
Come on, Mako. Give her the old 1-2 combo. 1, drop to your knees. 2, beseech.
Why are you acting like you're not a part of this? I was as desperate as I felt. Finally, I did kneel down in front of her and I said, please, I'm begging you, will you please let us use the laptop?
Such an ultra-miraculous feeling of happiness. All my pent-up anger at Master for abusing me is evaporating. So even you realize it's abuse.
Great! Great! What do I do?
Hey,
That should be enough, right? Hurry up and let's talk to Alter Ego.
Okay.
Just let me talk to the damn computer.
Everyone, come closer. I already told Byakuya, but I was finally able to crack open all the files that were on this laptop. Sorry to have kept you all waiting.
correct.
Just what I thought.
I see.
Finally, the time has come.
I'm starting to get kind of nervous.
I felt the same way. Resting on the keyboard, my hands started to shake.
Just a second.
No. The single word was like a sharpened blade. Wounded, I moved to let her take over.
So then,
Here we go. Kyoko began typing, the words appearing as fast as I could read them. Can you tell us what you found?
Sure. I analyzed the files and extracted all the useful information I could find. And one particularly important fact that I discovered was that a certain plan has been put into effect here. To isolate the students of Hope's Peak Academy and create a communal life for them. That was the stated goal of the plan. But it was meant to be more than just a normal school life. The students were intended to live out the rest of their lives here.
That's
I see.
exactly the situation we found ourselves in. Could be worse. She is a serial killer after all. I guess.
It's quite unthinkable, isn't it? And what's more, the one who came up with the plan was none other than the administrator of Hope's Peak themselves. What? Wait, hold on. Then the reason we've been present here... It wasn't the work of some psycho freak or criminal organization or whatever.
No
It was
way!
the school itself.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that?
Just a second.
I don't think Alter Ego is finished. Perhaps we should hear the rest. It seems that the reason they devised this plan was because of what happened 1 year ago. This is how they described that event. They said it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Huh?
What does that mean?
Yeah, what kind of name is that for something?
Otherwise known as the tragedy, it was apparently some sort of devastating occurrence.
Try not to be adorable if you value your life.
Because of the tragedy, Hope's Peak Academy was forced to discontinue its role as a school and close down.
I see.
Things are finally starting to make sense. What this means is, 1 year ago, this tragedy, took place. And whatever it was, it forced Hope's Peak to shut down. From there, they decided to use the school as a kind of staging ground.
That's right.
They planned to sequester students here, where they would live out the rest of their lives.
So,
But why would Hope's Peak administrators want to shut everyone in like that?
Hey,
And what could this tragic event have possibly been? In a flash, Kyoko had typed their questions into the computer. And the answer we got was...
I don't know, though. If that information was ever on this computer, it's gone now. I'm totally useless. I'm sorry.
And that's all he said.
Is this really the end? We get halfway through the answer and that's it.
Indeed.
It appears so. Disappointing. Oh, wait! There's one other thing I forgot to mention. I think it might be important. I believe it has to do with the mastermind.
The mastermind? Kyoko's fingers moved even faster than they had so far. Did you figure out who the mastermind's identity?
No, that I still don't know, but I did find a clue, I think. The one leading the Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who has planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in this school right now.
The headmaster?
Is here in the school.
That's the first time she's ever appeared like that. Huh.
okay.
Then that's gotta be the mastermind. I mean, Monakuma's been calling himself the headmaster, right?
perhaps.
Which makes the real headmaster that much more suspicious.
For serious?
But if we break down the door to his room, we're dead, right? So what are we supposed to do?
I'll find a way.
Oh, what the heck? Kyoko?
Huh?
No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
No matter what?
Kyoko?
So,
Kyoko, what's going on?
I
Can't explain why. I just know that I have to find him.
She has to. Kyoko, what's going on with you? When she heard about the headmaster, her reaction was almost violent. Is she related to the headmaster?
So then,
We should see if Alter Ego has any more information.
That seemed to be her attempt to regain her composure, and she started typing again. Did you learn anything else?
I'm sorry. That's everything I found. All the information on this laptop seems to be pretty old, so that's all I can do from here. I'm really sorry.
And it really is all over.
hey,
Wait, Alter Ego seems to have more to say. Well, it's kind of a different topic, but I was wondering about something. I haven't seen Celeste, Hifumi, or Taka since yesterday.
A heavy silence fell across the room. The only sound was the flat, precise clicking of keys as Kyoko typed. They're all dead.
What? I see. Certainly I knew that was a possibility, but... it really happened. Oh, sorry. There's no point in me getting depressed over things I can't do anything about.
anyway.
Well then, I guess that's it.
That's it. A simple phrase that held so much meaning. She began typing again. You've done your job. Thank you.
I'm done? I guess I am, huh? Then maybe I'll take a little rest. I'm kinda tired. Goodbye, everyone. See you later.
With that, the laptop entered sleep mode.
I see.
So Altiga did everything he could.
Indeed.
We won't have to talk about him all that much anymore.
but
But I feel kinda sorry for him.
But
You feel sorry? But he's just a computer program, right?
Well...
I know, but still, he did everything he could for us, you know?
I mean, yeah, it did. But that's what a computer program is designed to do. You don't tell a computer good job every time you shut down, do you?
Well, no. But when we talked to Alter Ego, I guess I just didn't see it that way.
I know what you mean. I feel the same way.
Hey, come on. It's just a program. You can tell the difference between a program and a friend, right?
But you know, what's the difference between us and that program, really?
Huh?
I started thinking about how you would differentiate a person and an AI. Alter Ego isn't human, I know that. It's just a program running on a computer. But at the same time, I couldn't help but think of him as our friend.
That's right!
Yeah, he's no different from us. He's still our friend.
I think maybe I understand where you're coming from. And there's no problem calling him a friend. After all, the more friends the merrier, right?
How about
Check this out. Friendship has no survival value. Instead, it gives value to survival.
So
anyway,
Don't say it so anyway that. It's a totally smart and cool thing that I quoted I don't remember where.
Hey,
anyway, there's no more our Alter Ego can do to help us. As such, his role in this is over. Am I wrong about that?
No, but...
just a second.
And frankly, I question the ease with which you decide who is and isn't your friend.
Do you really mean that?
Wait.
The story's gone off track. We should go over what Alter Ego said one more time.
Yeah, good idea. What was the Hope Speak staff thinking? Why are they making us kill each other?
I'm starting to wonder, maybe it's possible that this event that happened really was bad and it was just better for the students to survive in the school for the rest of their lives. But I'm wondering if maybe at some point they weren't... Maybe at first it was never the plan to put them in some sort of killing game. Maybe it could have just been like, hey, we want you all to live here blissfully unaware of the fact that this is like, the outside world is doomed or whatever. And at some point, maybe someone else took control and decided, hey, this isn't exciting enough. Let's turn this from a communal life to killing life.
Alter Ego said that what happened 1 year ago is what started everything.
Well...
Yeah, he said it was the biggest, most awful, most hopeless event in human history, right?
Must have been a huge incident, whatever it was. But did something like that really happen a year ago?
I don't remember anything happening that you could describe that way. What about you guys?
I don't really watch the news, so I'm sorry, nothing comes to mind.
Anyway,
That event led to the closing of Hope's Peak.
at the very least...
If nothing else, it must have had some kind of connection to the school.
Maybe all the students here were killed or something.
However,
That kind of catastrophe would have been all over the news. At least one of us would remember that. And maybe they covered it up. That would explain why none of us knew that the school had been shut down.
I see.
Totally covering up something like that. I suppose it's not totally impossible.
What the heck? What's wrong with our government? Our taxes pay their salaries. They should be handling stuff like that.
Anyway...
Maybe, but right now there's only one path open to us.
So...
We have to find the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy.
Correct.
We have to find him and make him tell us everything.
No matter what...
As long as we can get our hands on him, I think.
Kyoko, when she said headmaster, I got that feeling again.
Well,
But even that is a problem not so easily solved.
Yeah, you're right.
So then...
Well, our business is done here. So for now, we should get out of here.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
Yep.
And I...
Bye-bye. Hi, Toko.
Is it really that dusty? Wait, I mean... Oh, no. I'm not waiting anymore. I'm not guarding it. Pyakuya's gonna be so mad at me. Let's avoid getting involved any further.
I agree.
Good call.
Let's get out of here. But as we left the dressing room, someone was there waiting for us. Oh, God.
My heart is pounding away. It's pounding with anger.
You're not still mad about that whole breaking into old headmaster's room thing, are you?
Oh, that little matter doesn't even matter. That little matter doesn't matter even a little. And I'm still a little jealous of you guys enjoying an indecent mix back, but that doesn't matter either. It's building. I feel it building. My world's about to boil over with rage.
Angry!
Please, don't get so angry. Here, let me help you center your chakra.
Ditch this on the walls of your brain, okay? When you do something for me, I do it right back. An eye for an eye, a thing for a thing.
Thing for a thing? Be carefully to see the incantation of devastation!
No, it's just a saying.
Oh, I see.
But what's he talking about? Uh-oh.
This is a school announced as such. Soon the
Can't be
doors
good
to the
getting involved.
dining hall.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Correct.
So it's nighttime.
Hey,
But what does everyone want to do? Celeste was the one who suggested our nighttime rule, but she's gone now. I think we should still avoid being out at nighttime. I know it'll make me feel better that way.
I agree.
it's true.
Very well then. In that case, time for bed.
Ooh, whippy. So everyone head back to their rooms. Monokuma's parting words left me feeling anxious for the rest of the night. Yeah, I was back in my room. Once I was back in my room, I got lost in thought. What we learned from Alter Ego kept on spinning around and around in my mind. The administrators of Hope's Peak Academy had planned all of this. They did it because of the tragedy which happened a year before. And apparently the headmaster is the one behind it all. The mastermind. All these mysteries make me worried. But I still have to try and unravel them, bit by bit. I'm sure the road will be long and tough, but I don't have any other choice. Back to the Monokuma Theater.
There's a crab!
Let's talk a bit about where I was at before I became a bear. At first, I was at a total loss. I just had no idea what I should become. The lady in our tech support department suggested I try being a shrimp. She was like, "Oh, the company's been trying to push for this forever. It's a really incredible offer." But as she laid out all the details, it turned out it wasn't a tiger prawn like I'd hoped, but a little popcorn shrimp. That's totally tiny. I would have been the world's smallest mascot. I like eating shrimp. I don't want to be one myself. Plus, someone might come along and step on me. So then the lady totally started laughing at me. She was like, "You think we can do a tiger prawn on our budget?" So ultimately, I decided to become a bear instead.
And that's the secret origin story of Monokuma.
Cool. I still have no idea what those are all about, but cool. I'm happy for you, question mark?
Good morning, everyone. Get ready.
Same as always. You head to the dining hall. To the dining hall. There's so few people now. No idea, are ya? As I entered the dining hall, the first thing I saw was her.
What are you staring at?
Oh, Toko.
What's your
What,
problem?
you think your eyes will just rot just by looking at me?
Is it being random, yeah?
Fine, then don't look at me.
I think he's just surprised to see you at the breakfast meeting, is all.
Indeed. It's been quite a while since you joined us.
Yeah, what made you change your mind? Pyakia said he likes a girl to have some meat on her bones, so I'm gonna start eating. I'm gonna force it down into my stomach. I'm gonna eat till I drop.
I refuse to lose. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Well, other than that, it looks like Kyoko isn't here.
You know?
Oh, she said she'd come by later.
Later.
You know?
Yeah, after you leave.
She's not even trying to hide it anymore.
I know I said she wanted you to show some backbone, but you didn't need to show her that much.
Just a second.
You're dirty, Mako. Dirty. President and dirty of Dirtlandia. Dirtlandia.
You don't understand.
Just the worst.
You're the type who takes the stairs of love 3 steps at a time, aren't you?
What does that even mean? I'm telling you, it's not like that.
Just shut up already, Hina. You've been running your filthy mouth like that all morning.
Filthy? Me?
Don't make me repeat myself. I'm not filthy. It's no use denying it. We can all see how disgusting you are.
Huh?
Shut up. No.
Stop.
Go out for your illicit club meetings.
Stop. Stop. No. Enough.
Please.
Sakura, stop this. Stop. Stop.
Would you rather have your black eye on your left or your right?
Thank you. Sakura, help me.
Sorry.
Hey, come on.
Let's leave Toko alone. She's gone a little funny from all her pent-up frustration.
You know?
Anyway, you and Kyoko need to make up right, you know?
Yeah, I know. I mean, of course I want things to get better as soon as possible. With everything that's been going on, I haven't had a chance to talk about what I saw. Before anything, I need to talk to Sakura about it. Sakura? What is it? Can you make some time later? I was hoping I could talk to you. Oh, is that what that was for? Huh. I'm still surprised that the only thing, honestly, that caught my attention is the fact that someone was somehow slipped and was flying through the air. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's all I was really noticing, the fact that someone was flying above the water. Can you make some time later? I was hoping I could talk to you.
Now that Kyoko's dumped him, Mako's trying to win Sakura's heart. Are you don't care what they are as long as they got the right equipment. Watch out, Sakura. Mako's transformed into a wild beast. Prime Minister of Wild Beasts of Beastopia.
Why is this happening to me?
Well,
Can I talk? Well, wait till tomorrow. I'd like to get some rest today. For some reason, I've been feeling worn down these last few days.
Are you sick? Did you get hurt?
No, nothing serious. I've just had some minor aches and pains. Is that? Yeah, it must be because of that battle.
But it must be pretty bad if you have to go rest. Are you sure you're okay?
I'm sure a protein shake and some sleep will get me back on my feet.
You got it.
That's true. Protein is good for all kinds of stuff.
You guys like worship protein. It's like your god or something.
Okay.
Ko, I don't know what it is you want to talk about, but save it till tomorrow. She's in pain.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You know?
Well, for now, let's eat.
I'm kind of nervous.
Lily fought Mako hand in hand, no longer she's tired. Yeah?
Huh? How come?
What's your
I
problem?
don't usually eat in front of other people. Ever since I was a kid, I eat by myself.
What the heck?
What about your family?
Oh, well, yeah, I used to live with my dad, my mom, and my mom.
You had two moms.
But that's just how things were.
That's like a serious issue.
Let it go. Just let it go. You're asking for more for trouble getting involved with her more than you have to. How dare you speak to me with that disgusting mouth of yours? Stop saying stuff like that.
Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and eat. If I don't, Kyoko will never show up.
Very miserable situation, man.
I scarfed down breakfast as fast as I could and immediately head back to my room. I have to wait till tomorrow to confront Sakura. In a way, I'm kind of relieved. It takes a lot of courage to stand face to face with Sakura and accuse her of something. Alright, well, we don't really have much left in terms of who we can hang out with. Let's see here. Hina... I could try mending the relationship with Kyoko. That being said, I have no idea what Kyoko even likes. I guess I'll try something. Maybe she like tea. I'll try tea. Why not? Kyoko is somewhere in the hallway, it said. Where is you?
Anyway,
Don't have time to waste.
Never mind! Hagakure!
Yo.
Do you need some, Mako? You better not be my life. Don't kill me. Afterlife, protect me, Mako. Kill someone if you must, but don't kill me.
Let's hang out.
Well,
then why don't we have a heated discussion about cosmogony?
I learned all about Hero's theories on the origin of the universe. Hero and I grew a little closer. Let's see, do I have anything you might like? Let's see, coffee, tea, salt, chips, noodles, curry, that, donuts, that. No. Dumb beetle, punching gloves, glasses. You might like these.
Wonder how much I can get for this at the pawn shop. Kidding. I really appreciate it, man.
Does it mean I liked it?
could it
Hey,
be?
Mako, you know what I think? You and me being like this, it wasn't a coincidence. So I've got some good news for you. I'm gonna give you a psychic reading at a huge discount.
A discount?
How about
Normally
that?
it's $1,000 for 2 hours, but for you, let's call it 900.
That's only $100 discount, and even then it's way too expensive.
Don't be mean.
Hey, come on! You count yourself lucky that the ultimate clairvoyant is willing to tell your future.
So are you right pretty often?
Well,
I sure am. At the bare minimum, I've got a 20% chance of accuracy.
20%. That sounds sketchy.
what the heck?
For real? Don't make that face. Didn't you hear what I said? 20% of the time, I'm right. Every time. That includes natural disasters, election results, you name it. Don't you realize how amazing that is?
How about
Okay,
that?
fine. I'll give you a special trial run. After all, I've already seen what the future has in store for you.
What? When did you see it?
Well,
You won't believe what I saw. It would appear that the mother of your children and the mother of my children are the same woman.
Wait, what? Huh? Wait, mother of your Wait, mother of your children. Mother of my children. Are you saying we're both being cheated on or something? What? I refuse. Denied. Don't like it.
I'm right?
Doesn't matter if you don't like it. That's just the way it is.
20% accuracy, you said?
You know?
At least.
I pray to everything holy that you're wrong. Please be wrong.
Now then, since that was a special trial run, I'm afraid I can't apply the discount. I'll be $1,000, please. Don't worry, you can pay me after we get out of here.
Wait, hold on. But there's no way you're gonna be right?
If you like, I can do a reading right now and see whether my reading was right or wrong. Not. Naturally, additional fees will apply. Think about it, okay? Let me know as soon as you're ready for my services.
Oh, he's gone. Do I have enough in my bank account to take another crack at it? No, I can't bring myself to pay for something like that. I can see how people could fall into that kind of cycle, though. That was close. Please, whoever's listening, I'm begging you. Whatever else happens, don't let him be right. Thanks, hero. Lost in thought. Okay. Head back to the room. Plenty of time. Don't feel like sitting here. Should go somewhere. Alright, let's see. Warehouse. You know what? Screw it. Why not? This is gonna be interesting. Byakuya. Oh, hi, Genocide Jill. Hey, Byakuya. The others have flocked together as usual, I see. But they need to be careful. Growing too close will only cloud their judgment.
That's
Fine. I don't mind allowing you to indulge in my attention. I hope you appreciate this. I spent some time with Byakuya. Byakuya and I grew a little closer. What would Byakuya like? Let's see. Food, no. Ring, scarebush. Leaf covering, earmuffs, Jimmy Decay, water leveler, shears, lang shears, tumbleweed, cherry blossom, rose whip, guns, armor, self-destructing cassette, old-timey rate, antique doll, crystal skull, sure as tears, Project Zombie, pagan dancer, The second bun, some graduation. Let's go with... I don't know why, but I'm trying this. You think you can move me with this? I'm not so easily impressed. Damn it. I have a question for you. Huh? You do?
That's right.
Something's been bothering me for a while now, and I can't take it anymore. So to answer my question, I need you to explain to me what exactly your ultimate lucky student title means. Oh, well, I don't totally get it myself, but what I do know is that I was picked at random from a pool of normal students.
So in other words...
So you just got into Hipspeak by blind luck. I see. Well, that answered my question. What was the question? How a commoner like you, with absolutely no unique talents or abilities, could get into this school? Oh, I forgot to mention boring. How a boring, untalented, utterly generic commoner got in? Boring? Generic? Did you really have to list all that off?
Naturally.
But it's the truth. Maybe compared to you, the ultimate affluent progeny and all, but even you seem to think it's merely an issue of title. But make no mistake. My lineage, intelligence, figure, athletic ability, they are all ultimate.
In other
Which
words...
is to say, I am the ultimate perfection. Feel free to begin calling me that, in fact. He's really taking this to the extreme. You who have nothing, and I who have everything. We are living proof that all men are not created equal. You have my pity, Makoto. Life can be very cruel indeed. And because I pity you so much, perhaps someday I'll allow you to hear my tale of glory. Consider it a blessing, a gift from me to you, to allow you to bask in my glory. Entering a school to the is kind of baller, actually. I guess, yeah. Having finished his mean-spirited lecture, Byakuya left me standing there in silence. I learned one thing about Byakuya today. Anytime I talk to him, I need to be prepared for extreme psychological trauma. Thanks, Byakuya. Cool and composed. Okay. Did my best to keep my spirits from shattering like glass and went back to my room. Thank you, Byakuya. Anyways, Makuma, you got anything special to say, or are you just gonna say the same as always?
Attention! Please gather in the gym as soon as you possibly can.
Dear God.
Quickly, 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 quickly!
It's time for motive. Made a special announcement to task has come to the gym. You sound pretty serious about it, too. Okay, let's just teleport. Sakura. You're the last one. Everyone else is already inside. Are you gonna go in?
However...
I have bad feelings about this. More than just a feeling, probably. Monokuma did call us all together, after all. Sakura?
Well, then.
Makoto. If something happens to me... Hina. Huh?
I'm sorry.
No, never mind.
So then...
I'm... Who would ever believe in someone who doesn't believe in themselves? Sakura? 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 Are you okay? Everyone must have heard the announcement, and once we all gathered at the gym, it began. Well, not even gonna have any talking before it happens. Let's just get straight to it. Hello, Bear.
Well?
Hey, let's get this show on the road.
You're about to give us your next motive presentation, aren't you?
That's right.
You got us all together to present another motive, right?
Is he right?
Huh?
We have to go through this again.
No! Not again! I can't take it anymore!
I see.
I'm impressed by your level of dismay. You finally see just how low on the totem pole of life you really are.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, that's not it at all. We're not here to talk about motive.
Today,
The reason I gather you all here is so I can
feeling
finally get rid
blessed.
of my grudge.
Your grudge?
Why?
We have a grudge against you, of course, but I don't recall you ever having a grudge against us.
I told you yesterday, didn't I? An eye for an eye, a fang for a fang.
Stop being around the bush. Just tell us what you're talking about.
Well, Byakuya, you've already told everyone how one of you might be working as a spy for me, right?
Come on.
Yeah, so what about it?
In other
Well, today
words,
I'd like to tell you about that spy.
What?
hey,
So guess what? This spy is actually Sakura Ogami.
Well, he said so openly it made it sound like it wasn't that big of a deal. Even though he just revealed a huge secret. What did you just say? He said the spy is Sakura.
What is this?
What are you talking about?
You're a liar!
There's no way Sakura's a spy. Right, Sakura? Sakura?
And I just might make Sakura fulfill the promise she made sometime soon. And if she doesn't, I can't be responsible for what might happen to that hostage of mine. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. What you guys choose to do with that information is up to you. Roast her, boil her, kill her, don't kill her, whatever.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
Either way, I can't wait.
And just like that, he was gone. Finally, I understood what he had been talking about. An eye for an eye, a fang for a fang. In other words, betrayal would be met with betrayal.
Huh? What the
So,
heck?
what does this mean? Is it true? Has Ogre really been spying on us for the mastermind?
What are you saying?
There's no way. But that is what the stuffed animal said, right?
Wrong!
Please, wrong.
You're wrong!
There's just no way.
Hey,
Well, Sakura, if he's wrong, all you have to do is tell us.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. And he was being serious for serious. Ogre's been working for the mastermind.
I'm sorry.
So you've been lying to us all this time.
Huh?
It's not true. Sakura's probably being controlled. There's gotta be some reason. She didn't have a choice. She was just forced to do it. Yeah, I'm sure Hina's right. The mastermind probably threatened her somehow, and Sakura had no choice but to do what she was told. You're talking like you know that for a fact. Because I do know it for a fact. Because I saw it. I saw Sakura and Monokuma fighting. And that's where I heard it. Monokuma mentioned a hostage a second ago, right? And during their fight, I heard Sakura say she decided to fight against the mastermind.
I see.
You saw that. The mastermind took a hostage, so you were forced to swear loyalty to them, right? In the end, you made up your mind to betray the mastermind.
What?
Which means Sakura isn't our only enemy. Isn't our enemy. She's a friend who we can trust without a question. Is that it? Ridiculous. Do you live in some sort of alternate reality fairy tale?
Not
She was the mastermind's tool. You absolutely cannot trust someone like that.
Impossible.
He's right. We can't just believe whatever she says now. How can we even be sure she really did betray the mastermind? Maybe there's a double bluff. Maybe she's still doing exactly what the mastermind wants.
What are you saying?
Sakura would never do that. Okay then, Sakura, if you really have cut ties with the mastermind, tell us who they really are. Well,
I'm sorry.
sorry. I can't. Even I don't know that.
What?
You don't know? That just makes you all the more suspicious.
Please!
She's telling the truth. You have to believe her.
Don't make me
Shut
repeat
up.
myself.
I'm not finished questioning her.
Come on.
Next question. What's this about a promise? What did the mastermind order you to do? I was told to kill one of my friends. It suddenly felt the temperature in the room had dropped 20 degrees. The weight of those words.
I see.
I see. So even now, you've taken aim on our lives.
Wrong!
You're wrong.
You're
I'm
wrong.
telling you. Sakura would never do that. You don't have to yell. We can hear you just fine. Don't you have an inside voice?
That's terrible!
It's because you're not listening to me.
Wait.
Please stop. You don't need to defend me anymore. I have to take full responsibility for this.
however,
How do you intend to do that? By destroying the mastermind. What? I'm going to challenge them. Even if it means we both go down, I will defeat them.
I'm sorry.
That is how I intend to take responsibility. Hold on. What do you mean if you both go down?
Hina.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know what to do. I went back and forth about confiding in you again and again.
Well,
But I was scared. I thought if I told you, you might think less of me.
But...
Sakura!
I'm sorry.
Aww. Sakura turned away from us and left the gym. And then...
Go to sleep now. I know I just gave you a huge, reality check, but come on, go sleep.
As such, soon the... Okay then.
Well, it's nighttime. We should all go to bed.
No way!
Hold on, this whole thing with Sakura's...
Don't make me
Over,
repeat
she's our
myself.
enemy. There's nothing more to discuss.
That's
No,
terrible!
Sakura's not our enemy!
Why?
Why doesn't anyone understand her?
What?
What is it you think you understand? You didn't even know who she really was.
What is
That's-
this?
Calm down.
Let it go for now, Hina. Talking about it isn't going to help anything.
Why?
Anyway,
Go to your room, cool down, and we can continue this discussion tomorrow. It was the worst. The mood at the end of the night was just the worst. Being in such an awful mood. We were honestly glad the day was over. Sakura is the spy. She's the traitor. Byakuya said Sakura's the enemy. But he's wrong. She's not my enemy. She's my friend, without a doubt. But what can I do? What can I do to make everyone believe in Sakura? How? Back to the Monokuma Theater! We have a spin wheel.
As long as you're human, there will always come a point where you wish you could do things differently. Even a baseball player in the major leagues, even a soccer player touring Europe, even a famous singer who started her career as a backup dancer on a sketch comedy show. She makes a brilliant debut, but instead of going for more, she marries some third-rate actor and retires. Every human has regrets, has things they'd like to go back and change.
But I don't, because I'm a bear.
Thanks, Monokuma. What a wise lesson you've told me.
Good morning, everyone. Get ready to...
Beautiful day. I'm worried about Sakura. We need to hurry up and get to the dining hall. Guys, don't kill each other. Kyoko. Kyoko, good morning. Bye. It's actually not just Kyoko. Ever since Monokuma summoned us last night, the atmosphere here has gotten really heavy. I can almost feel it looming over us, weighing us down. Well, if nothing else, I need to patch things up with Kyoko as soon as possible. Can I just tell her now what it was I was hiding? Mako, are you okay? Huh? What do you mean?
You were late, so we were worried about you.
Was dulled. Toko, Byakuya, what are you doing here?
What the heck?
You're taking refuge here.
Refuge?
Such
Don't make that
ignorance.
stupid face. We have to protect ourselves against the Mastermind's tool. The Mastermind... Are you talking about Sakura? That's when I finally noticed. The only one who wasn't in the dining hall was Sakura. Huh? Where is Sakura?
Stop
All I
talking.
know is if she were here, I wouldn't be here. The only reason I went out of my way to join the rescue was as a safeguard against that threat. Threat?
What is
Why?
this?
Why you hate her so much?
Naturally.
Isn't it obvious? Because this makes things unfair. Unfair? The game should be fair to all players. The existence of a spy for the Mastermind upsets the balance.
What the heck?
That's a stupid reason.
What?
Stupid.
What did you say?
This is a life or death game, is it not?
That's
It
terrible.
is stupid. You're a stupid idiot.
Hey,
Before you get too far into your argument, maybe you should stop and think things through. Why did the Mastermind reveal that Sakura was the spy to us?
What the heck?
They were getting revenge on her, right? Like Monokuma said, an eye for an eye.
however...
That may be part of it, but it's not the whole picture. Revealing that fact also meant and to serve as the next motive the Mastermind wanted to give us. The chaos and confusion born from suspicion, the hatred.
In other words,
This right here, the fighting and the bickering, is the trap the Mastermind laid for us. Knowing that, will you still stand there and argue like children?
But...
That's not what I'm trying to do. It's just... I mean, how can I get you guys to believe in Sakura again?
If she can't really beat the Mastermind like she said, if she can really beat the Mastermind like she said, that go a long way in my mind.
What are you saying?
Hey, you really asked her to do something so dangerous? What if something terrible happens to her?
It won't matter.
Huh?
What?
If Sakura were to die, that's one less person for the Mastermind to control. I have no problem with that. Hold on, Byakuya! In fact, if she did die, that would settle this entire issue, wouldn't it? It would put the whole problem to rest.
What the hell?
You disgust me.
Damn.
You're a monster. To say something like that, it should have been you.
Wow.
You should have been the one to die.
Damn.
What?
I should have died. Interesting.
Interesting.
Then are you planning to take care of that yourself? Go ahead, try it. If you dare. That's how it works here, after all.
What is
You
this?
think I can't do it?
Hina, calm down.
That's right.
This is exactly what the mastermind wants. And it's exactly what Sakura doesn't want.
What's wrong? Lost your nerve.
I'm leaving. I'll be in my room.
Trembling with anger, Hina ran off.
Stupid cow. How dare she? She should die 1,000 deaths. No, 1,000,000.
She was just another hysterical little girl. Hardly worth my attention.
Just a second.
It's what other people call having feelings, Byakuya. And all you can do is mock them for it.
What's wrong with that?
Hey,
A friendly word of warning. Someday that attitude is going to come back and bite you. Hard.
I don't have time.
And
to
I
play
will
with
happily
you.
elude its attempts.
So, you know, how about we, eat? Maybe now's not a good time.
You know?
Without a word, each of us left the dining hall. We headed back to our rooms one by one. Well... Happy music! Happy music! Sorry. That'll never not be funny to me. Phew. So, what should I do today?
Happy.
Alright, next up. Who all can we hang out with? You know someone we actually have not hung out with at all? This is gonna be a bit strange, because it's gonna be the first time, but... Not once have I hung out with... Toko. Let's try it out. Toko, you're not hiding behind flowers.
When are we ever gonna get out of here? Not that I have much to look forward to if I did get out.
Let's hang out.
What's
But
your problem?
Lord pity. Are you such a good person showing me all this pity?
I spent some time with Toko. I actually think I might have something definitively you might like. It'd be at the very bottom here. The novelist fountain pen.
I can't forgive this. I'll never forgive you for being this nice to me.
Well, seeing Toko so pleased with something I gave her makes me happy. Is she happy? She looks more angry. She's just standing there. Does she want something? But she's not saying anything. Maybe I should try and start a conversation. Toko?
You want to talk to me? I can't stop you. So talk already.
Okay, sure, but what should I say? So, what do you like to do in your spare time?
You want to know?
I mean, you know, we're trapped here together, right? If we're gonna be friends, it'd be nice to get to know each other.
What did you just say? After that part about being trapped, we're gonna be what?
Friends?
What do you mean, friends? You think I'm stupid? You're trying to trick me. I've already been hurt once before. I'm not gonna let it happen again.
You've been hurt. What happened?
Anyway.
Come on, you don't really care about me. You don't want to know about me. Even I know that.
No, that's not true.
Fine, then tell me.
Tell you what.
You know what they call me, the ultimate writing prodigy, right?
Yeah, sure, you won all kind of literature prizes and stuff.
Tell me what I'm good at. Tell me what my genre specialty is. If you really want to convince me that you give a crap, you should at least know that.
The genre of the ultimate writing prodigy, it was romance, right? It's romance, of course.
Oh, you actually knew.
Your biggest success was So Lingers the Ocean, right? Everyone says it's your masterpiece. The book was such a hit that fishermen and shot to the top of all the hottest men polls, right?
How did you know all that? There's no way you care about me.
I'm telling you, I do. I mean, we're friends, aren't we?
I'm blind. Your straightforward nature has blinded me.
Toko ran off screaming like a banshee. I'm not really sure. Does she hate me now? Vocabulary. Alright. Once we're all done, head back. Still have plenty of time. Alright, who up next? Can I hang out with Kyoko yet? Like, now that the secret is out about why I was hiding, why I was lying to Kyoko, maybe she'll be willing to hang out with me. Right? Kyoko? Are you still pissed with me? Hi. And I'm dead. I'm deader. Got it. Where's Sakura? Or actually, I think... Oh, never mind. They're both right here. I'm very scared that Sakura's probably going to be the next one to die, so maybe I should be hanging out with Sakura. Do I even have anything you'd like? Oh no. Novels, pen, bubble dolls, pumice. I could give her a gun. They say when you wrap it around yourself, both body and soul become taut. I mean, that sounds good for, like, exercise, question mark, right? I don't know. I'm not good with gifting, I feel, but I'm going to give this to her and probably become a crater in the ground.
I'm sorry.
Never mind. I'm not going to hang out with her. Asahina. Never mind. I'm not going to... Gosh dang it. Can't be helped. Byakuya! Where are you? Leave me alone. I can't. You're the only one who's available, really. Why? Just leave me alone.
What do you want?
I didn't see you standing there.
That's fine.
Alright, Byakuya. Let's try and figure out what you like this time. Let's see. You might like this. Fine. I'll take it. I hope you appreciate this. I get the impression you liked it. That's good.
So, in
Just to
other
be clear,
words,
being the ultimate affluent progeny is one of my many talents. Some people think I rely on the care and protection of the Togami name.
Huh? Is this a monologue or something?
But I don't rely on my family. Rather, I am my family's savior. The Togami Corporation reaches across the world, true, but I will take us to even greater heights. It's expected of me, naturally. After all, even my own family has recognized my ultimate superiority. In other words, even among the Togami family, I am the chosen among the chosen.
So much confidence.
naturally.
And that confidence is justified, I assure you. It comes from the battles I fought and won.
Battles?
I'm personally worth over $4 billion, separate from my Togami family assets.
How the heck did you make that much money? You might have a teensy bit of an ego. Just a teensy little bit.
In other
The
words,
stock market. I buy and sell shares and assets based on market trends, all within a single day.
yes,
Surely even someone as simple-minded as you has heard of this technique. So he buys and sells stuff on the stock market, doing everything in a single day. I think that's called day trading? You're talking about day trading, right? Being a self-made billionaire at the age of like 16 would do that to you? Yeah! No! Like, you're talking about day trading, right? And you're able to make $4 billion doing that?
that's right.
Well, I first started doing it just to keep myself occupied, and before I knew it, there it was. It's really not a big deal. I'd say it's a super big deal. Wait, but are high schoolers even allowed to buy stocks and stuff?
Don't make me
I'm
repeat
Byakuya
myself.
Togami. Is that meant to be an explanation? $4 billion is nothing to the Togami Corporation, but for personal use, it's not bad. So now do you understand? So now you understand, right? I'm not merely the child of modern-day nobility. You know, Byakuya, maybe we should start calling you the ultimate day trader. Oh, I don't do that anymore. It was too simple, and so I got bored of it pretty quickly. Geez, you realize how insulting that sounds to the rest of us? Of course, that's how I feel about anything I do. Frankly, life is too easy. It's only natural for me to do whatever I want in this world. Man, he really is confident. We're like worlds apart. Galaxies apart. More skill points. Still reeling from Byakuya's story, I went back to my room. Nighttime. I wonder how long it's going to be until a body appears.
Soon the okay then.
Youngest billionaire in the world right now is 19, so being 16 making $4 billion is insane. Yeah! Tonight feels somehow uneasy. We still haven't sold things with Sakura. Everyone's in a terrible mood. I just hope nothing happens tonight. I get the feeling something's about to happen. Oh god, it's Monokuma.
Hello. There are more crabs. After I declined the offer to become a shrimp, the tech support lady just refused to drop the issue. Once the shrimp idea was dead, she came back suggesting I should become a crab instead. How much can one person love crustaceans? I said no, of course, and she shot back. Okay then, how about you, to make you extra special, you can be a crab that walks sideways and backwards. But how's that any better? I don't want to go sideways or backwards, I want to go forward. I heard her annoyed sigh on the other end of the line, and then said, "You just don't see the splendor of the crab. Have you ever heard the tale of the crab and the monkey?" Of course I'd heard of it. I know all about it. But so what? The crab beats the monkey, but it's just some legend, hardly relevant to our greed-obsessed modern society. Sure, monkeys still show up in movies and stuff from time to time, but not crabs. Monkey-themed clothes are sweeping the fashion world, but the crab doesn't stand a chance, right? What I'm saying is, crabs have no place in today's light-speed world. Do your market research, lady. Which is why I chose the always popular bear image.
And that's the secret origin story of Monokuma.
Thank you, Monokuma. He is the ultimate, self-proclaimed ultimate perfection. He's him. Hello.
Good morning. Get ready to...
Yeah, ready to... I need to do something about Sakura. Better go to the dining hall and talk to the others about it one more time. Guys, can we not be murderers? Oh, I might have spoke too late, damn it. Huh? Was that someone screaming? I think it came from the dining hall. Guys! Guys! Go! We got a big problem, man! What's wrong? Look! Hiro's fingers shook as he pointed. Ah!
Are you okay? What happened?
Stop her!
She killed her.
Who?
Genocide Jill killed Hina!
She's still alive!
You gotta be kidding!
No, she's not dead. Open your eyes. No way she's dead.
Why? What happened? Oh, Togo and Hina, just all of a sudden, they were yelling and then they knocked the pepper off the table. And that led to a sneeze.
Yeah,
Our giant balloons are a little too perfect, aren't they? I maybe flap them, at least when you're real. Look at the camera, that's silly setup. Anyway,
totally not
calling
adorable.
non-adorable boys, just get her out of my sight, okay? Or else. I'll start cutting and cutting and cutting. Indulging myself for who knows how long.
Okay then, let's get Hina to the nurse's office. Come on, Hero, help me.
Sure thing.
You.
Could you piss off? Just like Jack's abrasive laugh chased us out of the room as we carried Hina away. You alright? By the time I finished taking care of Hina's injury in the nurse's office, she seemed to have finally regained her composure.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Are you sure you're feeling better?
Yeah, it really was just a scratch.
But still, that was super close. If I hadn't yelled out, you'd be dead right now. It's all thanks to me, you know.
Well, yes, well, 1,000 thanks to you, sir.
So sarcastic. That just makes you sound even more hostile. But man, I couldn't believe it. I was positive I was about to see someone's life come to an end. If I ever saw something like that, I'd never be able to sleep again, which would suck. I love sleep.
Yeah, never mind the person who actually died, right? Thank you, Hagakure. What happened? Hey, Hina, what the heck happened?
Oh, we just got into a fight, and I lost my temper and flew off the handle.
Let me guess. The fight was because of Sakura?
But
At first, I just tried to ignore it. If you let jerk buttholes get to you all the time, you'll never have the time to live through your life. But she won't let go, so I just... Without thinking about it, I just felt like I wanted to punch her like a dozen times.
You're serious?
Dozen punches isn't really without thinking.
And when things got out of hand, just like Jack got let...
And when things got out of hand, just like Jack got let loose, right?
sorry.
It's my own fault. But I just couldn't take it anymore. Because she was saying all these terrible things about my friend, you know?
Before I knew it, Hina's eye starts welling up with tears. And just as the tears were on the brink of spilling over, the door of the nurse's office burst open. I thought the door was going to fly off its hinges. And there she stood before us.
Hina.
I didn't do anything.
Sakura!
You hurt. What happened?
Oh, nothing. It's not a big deal.
Hey! Kato, Hiro, what's the meaning of this?
It wasn't me. It was just like Jill.
Don't say that, you idiot! Now she's gonna go try and kill Jill! Now, look what you've done!
Damn.
Hina. Damn you. Leave me alone, but her. Is this?
How dare you?
Oh god, what did I say? What did you do, Hagakure?
I'm okay, really. It's just a scratch.
Stop! Stop! My controller disconnected. Controller, reconnect. My controller's blown the coop at this point. What is happening? Unplug, replug. There we go. Anyways, back to panicking. Stop!
No forgiveness! I can't forgive this!
Stop!
Look what you've done.
If you want to hate someone, hate me. If you want to hurt someone, hurt me.
I don't hate you exactly.
I can't
Why?
forgive this!
Somebody save me!
Hiro nearly tripped over himself as he ran screaming out of the nurse's office. Just a second later... Is it...
Hey,
What's going on? What's all this noise about? Yoko stood in the doorway of the nurse's office, taking Hiro's spot in the room.
it would seem...
I guess something happened.
Kyoko, please, you have to stop Sakura.
Wait.
You don't need to stop me. I'm okay. I'm not going to do anything. I just... I'm drawing a line, right here and now. Drawing a line.
Goodbye.
Wait, Sakura!
Can't spring into action, leaving the nurse's office to chase after Sakura. The only ones left were... Hi. Can we please apologize? Kyoko? Are you still mad? Yeah, I figured.
That's fine.
It's fine.
Huh?
About that issue that we discussed earlier. It doesn't matter anymore. Then
Do you forgive me about not being able to talk about it?
In other words...
You could have told me about Sakura and Monokuma fighting, but you stayed quiet. You're only thinking of Sakura, and that's why you didn't tell me, right? You didn't want to confuse everyone until you could talk to her and be sure of what you saw. That's what you were thinking, and that's why you didn't tell me, right? Well, thank God you at least understand. Yeah, to think like that.
I wouldn't have expected such arrogance from you.
Well, I'm sorry. What?
Because...
Ultimately, that means you don't trust me. No, that's not it. If that's how you feel, I can't really change your mind. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
It's fine. I've already forgotten about it. Besides,
And
I may have overreacted. Huh?
Anyway,
it's over and done with. Like I said, let's just forget about it. Okay, thank you. Well, I guess that's good. What? Something else. What you want to talk about? What is it you wanted to talk to me about?
Indeed.
Actually, I'd like you to come somewhere with me. I have business there. Where?
So...
Just come with me and you'll find out. I wonder if it's gonna be the secret room. I guess, but...
Shall we go?
Well then, shall we get going? With her typical indifference, and Kyoko turned and walked away, setting a brisk pace. Kyoko! I hurried to catch up after her. She walked ahead in silence. In silence, I chased her. Eventually, we arrived... Oh no, we're back with Alter Ego. The dressing room? So there's something else you mentioned...
Indeed.
That's right. It has to do with Alter Ego. But you said we didn't need Alter Ego anymore.
Wrong.
I didn't say we didn't need him. I just said I had done his job. Besides, it's not us that needs Alter Ego. He has business with us. Huh?
Right.
Alter Ego asked me to bring others to come see him. Apparently he has something he wants to ask us. Alter Ego wants to ask us something. Alright, Alto.
Hello. Oh, so it's just the two of you? Kyoko and Makoto?
Kyoko's fingers glide across the keyboard. Is two not enough?
No, it's okay. Two should be plenty.
But what is it he wants to talk to us? To ask us?
Indeed.
Let's find out, shall we? Kyoko typed in the question. What did you want to ask us?
Oh, yeah, so... I'd like you to take me somewhere where you can connect me to the school network.
What?
That's dangerous. Kyoko and I quickly glanced at each other. She replied, why?
Well, you said my job was done, right? But to just stop here, saying I finished my work... I don't want that.
I want to be able to help.
I want to keep being helpful to everyone. I want to work as hard as everyone else so that we can all get out of here.
That's right.
That's what Master would want too. So, to help everyone, solve the mystery of the school.
That's right.
The only way I can help is if you connect me to the school's network.
But if you did that, that's basically suicide. I'm positive the Mastermind would find out about it. They'd find you and they'd... You agree, right, Kyoko?
So...
I realize how dangerous it could be. But still, I have to do this.
But...
I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't understand why, but
still...
when I think about everyone else, my courage starts to grow. You may think I'm just some inhuman AI, but it's true. So, it's okay.
I'm gonna do my best.
If it's for the sake of everyone else, I won't be afraid.
I couldn't help but get lost in that voice. It was just too committed. Too admirable. Too... fragile.
Hey.
You remember what you asked before, Makoto? You asked what the difference is between a person and a program, right?
Yeah...
Certainly.
When I talk to Alter Ego, I don't know. I have no idea how to answer that question. I think maybe that's a question even the program's creator can't answer. But I can say this.
Correct.
There's no question that Alter Ego is our friend. Kyoko. To be honest, I didn't want Alter Ego to push himself anymore. Because if we take any more risks, the Mastermind really will notice. But...
Makoto.
Let's do it, Makoto. Let's connect Alter Ego to the network. What?
Hey.
He's our friend, so I want to take his feelings into consideration. And he says that he wants to fight alongside us.
Now...
If you were in his place, would you just sit by and do nothing in this situation? If you saw everyone else fighting and doing their best, could you just look the other way? Or would you stand up? Stand up tall next to everyone else and tell them you're their friend. Hey, are you guys fighting? If it's about me, please don't.
I want to believe in myself.
Aww. Better chance surviving surviving the AI uprising.
I want to be able to say, I know I can do this.
Leave it to me.
So please, let me try.
Listen,
And besides, there's one place where the mastermind might not notice.
One place.
that's right.
Remember, there's another place besides here where there's no surveillance camera.
A room without surveillance camera? Oh, do you mean... That's it. The secret room you told me about. I definitely remember there was no surveillance camera in there.
Indeed.
And I do believe you can connect the network from there. I remember seeing an Ethernet port on the wall.
However,
Just because there's no camera there doesn't mean there's no danger. There's no way to be sure that the mastermind isn't monitoring the network somehow. We'll also have to move Alter Ego. Oh, and the mastermind may spot us going into the secret room. If they pick up on any of this, then it's all over.
You're right.
that's what we
But
have to
despite all
do.
that, I still think we need to try.
Correct.
Because that's our best chance of finding any new clues.
Kyoko. In that case, will you let me carry him? There's no way you could hide him with what you're wearing, right? So let me do it.
It's true.
Okay then, I'll leave it to you. Thank you.
So then,
Then let's get started. It's gonna be a little cramped for you, Alter Ego. Bear with us, okay?
We start packing up right away. I closed the laptop and stuffed it in underneath my jacket.
It tickles.
Shh, you can't talk right now. We're going to move you to another room. Until we get there, you have to be absolutely silent, okay?
Understood. Your command has been implemented.
Good. To have him react like a machine like that all of a sudden, I didn't know how to react.
Makoto.
In the secret room, there are a bunch of different cables in one of the desk drawers.
So there might be a network cable in there. My controller disconnected again. Anytime I try and shift how I'm sitting, it disconnects.
Assuming the mastermind hasn't taken it already.
Well, all we can do is go check for ourselves.
It's true.
Agreed. Let's head to the secret room.
Alrighty. Although, I think I'm actually going to go ahead and end it here for today. I think now would probably be a decent enough stopping point. So we'll go ahead and continue this next time. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. And I hope to see you all later. Peace.